the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Be seated, please. This Honourable House now resume its sittings. Call of the roll.
Mr. Witter. Mr. Samuda. Mr. Holness. Dr. Clarke. Mr. Shaw. Dr. Chang. Mr. Montague. Ms. Grange. Mr. Henry. Mr. Henry. Mr. Bartlett. Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Chuck. Mr. Darrell Vaz. Mr. Warmington. Mrs. Robinson. Mr. Hutchinson. Dr. Tufton. Mrs. Williams. Mrs. Malahoo Fort. Mr. Spencer. Mr. Green. Mr. Terry Long. Mr. Main. Mr. R. Scott. Mr. Azan. Mr. Brown. Mrs. Brownberg. Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Bunting. Dr. Campbell. Mr. Leslie Campbell. Mr. Clarke. Mr. Heroy Clarke. Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn. Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn. Ms. Daly. Mr. Daly. Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert. Dr. Dunn. Mr. Fagan. Dr. Ferguson. Mr. Golding. Dr. Guy. Ms. Hannah. Mr. Hales. Mrs. Holness. Mr. Hilton. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Kellier. Dr. McNeil. Ms. Nita. Mr. Paulwell. Mr. Michael Phillips. Dr. Phillips. Mr. Pickersgill. Mr. Redman. Mr. Robertson. Mr. Robinson. Mr. Stewart. Reverend Thwaites. Mrs. Vaz. Mr. Dwayne Vaz. Mr. Dwayne Vaz. Dr. Wheatley. Mr. Victor Wright. Nobody came in.
Statements by ministers.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to indicate to this Honourable House that there have been a few changes to today's proceedings, necessitated by once again a display of the total inadequacy of the facilities available to us in this chamber. The PAAC, which had anticipated starting early this morning in order to have their report prepared and the matter brought before Standing Finance Committee, was unable to do so because unknown to them, or in fact ourselves, a committee was convened under the chairmanship of the Minister of National Security, which extended beyond 11 o'clock. So the team that came to the PAAC had to wait for a very protracted period. Hence, they are not able to do their work, complete their work today. So it necessitates that based on what is remaining to be done, I'm advised, can be done tomorrow. So the committee will convene tomorrow for the purpose of completing its work. I further understand that it is the intention of the PAC to convene tomorrow at 9 a.m., at 10:30, 10 is too tight, 10:30, to accommodate or to facilitate the completion of the matters brought to it from the PAAC, and that committee will convene tomorrow at 9 a.m. This means that the second supplementary estimate will be taken on February the 4th, and we would still be in time to have all the already scheduled debates for the budget presentation. So it will not interrupt the time frame or the timetable for these actions to be taken. We're sorry about that, but then again, it leads us to the point where we have to seriously consider whether or not this chamber can continue to serve committees of Parliament. We are looking at alternative sites, and the Minister of Finance has kindly accommodated us by providing the necessary funds to facilitate the convening of committee meetings at the conference center. The locations, we have located the facilities that are available, and I'm looking forward to that facility being ready for us as soon as we complete this budget exercise. Mr. Speaker, we are going to today have a statement by the Honourable Prime Minister, as was announced. The Minister of Finance is also scheduled to make a statement. And Minister Horace Chang will also make a statement which was to have been made last week but has been postponed this week to this week. He will make that statement. And then we will have to eliminate what is stated as the report of the PAAC because, of course, that is not going to take place. So a number of items affecting the result of that examination, which will be taken on February the 4th. There are other matters that will flow as anticipated, but there's one matter that will not be taken today, Mr. Speaker, and that is the the report on the motion by the member from Southeast St. Andrew, as it has been determined that it will have to be re-tabled in a form that is appropriate for what is intended by the member. So we will take it, but we won't take it today. We will take it, but we will not take it today. The Minister of Health had an extensive press conference today, but nonetheless it is his desire to make a contribution to this House to further update the nation. Yes. The Minister has prevailed on me to facilitate him making a statement today to the Honourable House.
Mr. Speaker,
USA.
I rise because there are some concerns about the order of business as was indicated by the Leader of Government Business just now. Mr. Speaker, inasmuch as the matter relates to the action of the Speaker, I'm speaking about the motion on the item 37 by the member from Southeast St. Andrew. And as far as this side is concerned, Mr. Speaker, this motion is a motion of privilege because it affects the members, whichever member of the House, and secondly, that being a privilege motion, it should take precedence over public business, and therefore should be the first order of public business. Now, it is a little curious. We find a bit curious that we are, or the member from Southeast St. Andrew has been denied the ability today, an attempt to deny him the ability to speak on the motion. And it is something, Mr. Speaker, that we would seek to have the House Leader to get further advice on as to whether this is the correct route to take. On this side, Mr. Speaker, we feel very strongly that this should be done today and that it should take precedence over every other public business.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I intervene? The member mentioned about privilege and take precedent. But the member chose not to read the complete inclusion of what is included in the privilege motion. A privilege motion is that move 1 week and taking another week. A privilege motion, let me just read for him 26, section 2. He read section 1, that should take precedence. It says, if during a sit of the House a matter suddenly arises which appears to involve the privileges of the House and which calls for the immediate intervention of the House, the proceedings may be interrupted save during the course of a division by a motion based on such matter. So if something happened that affects the privilege of the House, not last week, the motion last week dealt with something that happens the week before. What it says here on that 26(2) is that a member rises at that time and draw to the attention of the House the breach of the privilege of the members. And then, look, Ronnie, don't go down the road. I am amazed. I'm amazed that the person on that side who's supposed to be lawyers are being so naive or mischievous. We're talking not so. It's quite clear. Privilege is dealt with the very same day once it affects the privilege of members. 26(2), you can read it? Look, Member Golding, that's why there are lawyers and lawyers. That's why there are lawyers and lawyers. And in a lot of cases you have quasi lawyers in cases and something. But the privilege motion, I'm not called to the bar. I'm not a lawyer. But at least there are times when the civilian are more understanding of this thing. And a matter of fact, you have not seen two lawyers that agree on any one issue. Never. Never agree on one issue. But, Mr. Speaker, the privilege motion, if it affects the member of the House, must be taken same time. And that's why I say take precedent over everything else. But there are lawyers and lawyers, and there are quasi lawyers too.
Mr. Speaker, I am not a lawyer, but I can read. And I take strong objection to what the member from Southwest St. Catherine, my apologies, just mentioned. You know, Mr. Speaker, item 26 speaks of two separate instances. Two separate instances. One is not dependent on the other.
Correct. Two separate situations.
So, what I would suggest that the honourable member do is to become a lawyer and to do this thing.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Tweeds.
The member from South East St. Andrew has raised a matter which is of considerable importance. I would have thought it behooved this Parliament to deal with it in its substance as quickly as possible for the reputation of the chair, for the person who sits in the chair, and for the good of the whole Parliament. You know, Mr. Speaker, in the scriptures, our Savior speaks about straining the gnat and leaving the camel. And that is what these pseudo-technical interventions is expected to do. This was conduct. That kind of conduct is worthy of the scribes and Pharisees who did not accept the new law of substance over form. And therefore, it is critically important that this matter, the substance of which has been before the House and the nation, should be dealt with in its present form now. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, in respect of the issue of the House and the sittings which the House leader referred to, we are the architects of our own misfortune. Several times during my tenure in this House of Representatives, we have held committee meetings over at Headquarters House, which satisfied the Parliament of the nation for generations and which is largely idle. We have sat in committee over at the Manufacturers Association premises next door. There is no reason why there should be any difficulty of finding alternative locations within the curtilage of this Parliament to do our business. It is because we do not want to do the work and make the necessary arrangements in time. So therefore, you and the House leadership should immediately ensure it needs no further preparation. It needs only the continuing will of the staff and the members to get this business done.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, just quickly, I think the member for Southwest St. Catherine has misunderstood the matter at hand, with all due respect to him and the zeal with which he addresses these matters. There is two different situations. There's a situation where a matter suddenly arises, and 26.2 deals with that situation. There are other situations which don't fall within that, but where the matter of the privilege of the House is engaged. In this particular case, the privilege of the House is engaged because the motion seeks to censor and to seek sanctions against the Speaker for his conduct. That's quintessentially a privilege motion. It is to take priority over all other matters at public business, and it should be heard today. That is the position on this side of the House.
Members, I don't know why we're having a debate and a statement by the Minister. And I think that we all are aware of how the House is to be managed and run, and guided by the standing order. Now, I haven't been brought into what you're saying. However, I would like to get on with the items on the agenda. I would like to get on with the items on the agenda.
Mr. Speaker, I very often take note of your sage advice, but I suspect that today you're veering from that usual advice. And why do I say that, Mr. Speaker? The member from Central Kingston spoke to the Parliament and its effect on the people of this country, its effect on those who are watching and those who are listening. And you, Mr. Speaker, on many occasions have pointed the members of this House to behave themselves because the whole world is watching us. Today, we have a situation where there are some issues related to the proper conduct of the House. And we beseech you that you allow this particular motion to take the precedence that it ought to do based on the standing orders. And further, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that in the whole scheme of things that you have decided that when it comes to that, you will recuse yourself from the sitting in the chair in that case. I am suggesting, Mr. Speaker, and I'm speaking on behalf of the membership of this side, that that particular train of events take place now, Mr. Speaker, to restore the credibility of the Parliament and to ensure also, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, to protect you, Mr. Speaker.
I am Mr. Samuda. I'm getting out of the items on the agenda until we reach that item. Statement by Minister.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. I don't know why.
When we get to that item, you have that discussion.
I don't know why the members on the opposition.
Order, please.
I don't know why the members on the opposition getting so excited.
Statement by Minister.
The substance of the motion will be taken at another time, but not now. We have a lot of work to do today, and we on this side don't feel that it rises to the level of importance compared to some of the other things that we have to deal with. Because in any case, it is based on a false premise. It is based on a false premise, and it will be voted down. I can tell you that now. So you're wasting time. It's an exercise in Ronnie, you know that. Why you don't coach them? It's an exercise in futility because
Mr. Speaker, my tie. The House leader is seeking to prejudice what will happen in the discussion. And he's on a frolic of his own, which does not, as you know, Mr. Speaker, in the best interest of parliamentary procedure, should not be allowed, and you should rein him in. You have correctly said, Mr. Speaker, that we will look at it when that item comes on the agenda.
Listen to me carefully.
No,
We're going to take this thing item by item.
So we will move on, Mr. Speaker.
The item we are on is statement by ministers.
All right.
Full stop.
Minister Tufton wants to make a statement on the state of the health services in the wake of this epidemic or potential epidemic. So, Minister Tufton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to advise this Honourable House and the nation on Jamaica's preparedness for the new coronavirus. In December 2019, Mr. Speaker, the World Health Organization was alerted to several cases of pneumonia in the Wuhan city, China, but the virus did not match any other known viruses. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, in January 2020, Chinese authorities confirmed that it was a new virus determined to be coronavirus, similar to the viruses that causes the common cold, SARS, or severe acute respiratory syndrome, and MERS, Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome. The WHO's report of January 26, 2020 indicated that the number of reported confirmed cases of the virus in 2014 distributed on the Chinese mainland and territories. In Jamaica, Mr. Speaker, a novel virus is classified as a Class 1 reportable disease. This means that it is of highest priority, and healthcare providers must report Class 1 disease health events on suspicion to the medical officer of health at their parish health departments immediately. As a matter of protocol, case definitions for the coronavirus has been disseminated by the ministry to the public health network to facilitate notification. Mr. Speaker, let me remind this House that Jamaica is a part of the WHO's Global Influenza Network, an international network of centennial stations for influenza surveillance. The network also allows for the monitoring of the severity of disease and the impact on vulnerable groups. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the Pan American Health Organization, or PAHO, in supporting Jamaica's National Influenza Center, located at the Department of Microbiology at the University of the West Indies, in implementing the methodology for the molecular diagnosis of the coronavirus. This will allow local confirmatory testing for the virus. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has been vigilant in its efforts to keep the public safe from the novel coronavirus. We began the relevant interventions, including activation to alert status the fever and respiratory or influenza-like illness protocols, resulting in the initiation of a public education campaign to reinforce good hand hygiene and with emphasis on respiratory etiquette, enhance infection control programs in hospitals and health facilities for preventing, controlling, and investigating communicable diseases, increase stocks of medication and medical supplies in hospitals and health facilities to respond to increase in the number of persons presenting to the health system, ensure readiness, Mr. Speaker, of isolation facilities, expansion of the extended opening hours at health centers to provide access to at-risk populations to include the elderly and children under 5 if necessary, and continued implementation of the overcrowding management plans for the major hospitals across the country. Mr. Speaker, we have also been maintaining active communications with international health authorities to ensure that Jamaica remains current on international standards and procedures. There is also ongoing surveillance of all authorized points of entry into the country to detect ill travelers with thermal scanners monitored by trained staff and facilities for the identification, quarantine, and isolation of persons as necessary. Once persons are identified, Mr. Speaker, a cascade of activities will be triggered. Mr. Speaker, we have also put in place protocols to isolate persons presenting to health facilities who are suspected to have the coronavirus, in keeping with the international aligned infection prevention and control procedures and protocols. We also have in place ongoing surveillance in Jamaica for acute respiratory infections. The data is regularly reviewed to identify unusual patterns in severe acute respiratory infections or pneumonia cases. Mr. Speaker, a change in pattern will trigger a national response with international support and notification. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, myself and a team from the Ministry of Health and Wellness met this morning with the Minister of Foreign Affairs and her delegation and the Chinese ambassador. Based on those discussions this morning, the government of Jamaica will continue its surveillance protocols which align with international health regulations. Active surveillance will continue at our ports of entry. but also, importantly, a travel advisory is being issued, and this is being issued via the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as follows. Persons in China who are planning to travel to the island are being asked to defer those plans. For those in Jamaica who had plans on traveling to China, we're asking that they also defer those plans, their plans. For persons in transit to Jamaica, or quarantine protocols will be put in place where persons will either be quarantined in facilities designated for such or at home, depending on the risk assessment done. For families who are concerned about their relatives and friends who are in China for work or study, our conversation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs indicates that plans have been put in place to handle the emergent needs. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs will speak more broadly to those plans. I wish to make a special appeal, Mr. Speaker, to all Jamaicans to pay attention to the standard infection prevention and control precautions, especially as it relates to viral respiratory illnesses. Mr. Speaker, travelers should avoid close contact with people suffering from acute respiratory infections and frequently wash hands, especially after direct contact with ill persons or their environment. Persons with symptoms of acute respiratory infection should practice proper cough etiquette, that is, maintain distance from others, cover coughs and sneezes with disposable tissue or clothing, and also wash hands frequently. Yes, it's as basic as that, but very important. In concluding, Mr. Speaker, I wish the members of this Honourable House and the Jamaican public to know that the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and by extension the government, is working to safeguard the public health interests and urge your and their support in making a success of those efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Guy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I want to thank the Minister for coming to the Parliament and telling the nation what is actually happening from that perspective. I say that against the background, Mr. Speaker, that up to last night, when we got the agenda for the Parliament today, there was no indication that the Honourable Minister would be speaking to the House on the matter which he has quite correctly indicated is of serious concern to Jamaica and the potential for its effect to create more harm than good here. And the truth is, Mr. Speaker, the fact is that one ought to learn from what existed before, because you don't need to go through another learning curve. But we know that over the past weeks, and in almost an exponential way, we have had increases in the number of cases reported abroad. More than 106 and counting have died. 15 or 16 countries have been affected by persons who present and seemingly have been confirmed based on the case definition of this coronavirus. I'm glad also that the Minister has indicated that there is ongoing surveillance at all authorized ports of entry in the country, which is important because those are usually or are normally the routes through which infected passengers come. But he indicated that thermal scanners monitored by trained staff and facilities for the identification, quarantine and isolation of persons as necessary. His acting chief medical officer, however, said today in the much celebrated press conference that the Honourable Leader of the Government Business said that those are on order and are to come. Now, we would have thought, Mr. Speaker, that Jamaica, having been primed years ago by the Ebola potential to affect the island, that these would have been put in place, when we first got news that this was happening a couple of weeks ago. That's one. I'm not playing politics. I'm playing medicine right now. Right? These would have been put in place to even, Mr. Speaker, sometimes you have to spend to make sure that things don't happen. You don't react to things happening. You have to spend to make sure that you protect your citizens from what happens or what may happen. And, thank you, colleague. Right. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we were jolted this morning. The country was jolted and almost on the stage of panic when there was a report, and the media took it up and other groups took it up, that there was a, not a confirmed but a suspected case at the University Hospital of the West Indies. And Mr. Speaker, it threw everybody, including the Ministry of Health, into panic mode. Because what happened, Mr. Speaker, what is happening is that the ministry suddenly recognized that it does not have the resources to deal with something worth happening in Jamaica at this point in time. We know, Mr. Speaker, that the 4 public health nurses at the Norman International Airport, not 6, 4, are there, and they take information. There's also an isolation room there, but it's only an isolation. It's only a room, Mr. Speaker, nothing else. Right? We don't need a hotel. Well, I shouldn't be detained by you. Right. So, Mr. Speaker, we have asked in press releases, even today, that the ministry, last week as well, that the minister and the ministry take a proactive approach to this. Because seemingly as night follows day, Jamaica may be affected by this coronavirus. And as I mentioned in previous discussions, based on what the PAHO WHO says, that this particular virus, persons who have it may not exhibit any symptoms, but they are capable of passing it on even when the symptoms are not present. So it is more important that we look with a serious eye on what is happening. Now, I mentioned a jolt to the nation this morning, and I listened to my colleagues as they spoke at the press conference today. And I suddenly reflected back to utterances by the minister in the parliament here, and I'm going to draw the analogy to dengue. And we could not confirm that so many people have died from dengue unless it was tested positively coming from Clarke. Now, we understand the limitations of the University Hospital of the West Indies, their virology lab, in testing samples now, because right now, and as expected, there is no reagent that is available now. No. And that is understand, because the reagents are made as a consequence of what the particular pathogen is. But there's no reagent right now to test it, and we understand that. So today, if we are saying that it is not a suspected case because it does not fall into the case definition or the protocol, what we have excluded by the test is exclude that is influenza and all the other viruses. You can only say it is not so when you have confirmed that it is not so. So you need that test, which will not be available until 2 weeks' time. Secondly, at the earliest. Secondly, my colleagues also mentioned this morning that it does not meet the case definition, Minister, because there was no fever above 38. But the footnote in the WHO advisory indicated that there are some instances where you have atypical presentation, and fever might not be one of those presentations. So if we're looking at fever, I know you're deaf. We're looking at fever. right? The reality is that we should also look at the atypical presentation. So I am not ruling out, and I don't want to create hysteria and panic, but I think we should have a leveling with the nation on what is happening here. If we have deficiencies, indicate what the deficiencies are. If we are uncertain about things, make that uncertainty known. But the fact of the matter is that we need to have the confidence of the nation if we are going to fight that. And why do I say confidence, Mr. Speaker? I reached out to the minister this morning when we heard of the alarm. The alarm. And minister spoke to me and indicated that, well, we have been told this particular thing, so it's no longer. But I am a little skeptical. And I will remain so until I can be advised that it has been confirmed that it is not so. Mr. Speaker, we have to deal with this thing together as a nation. As I've said before, all of us need to be on board, as we should be in the dengue eradication of the mosquitoes, on board as one. Because at the end of the day, it is the lives of ordinary Jamaicans who are being and potentially will be affected. We hold no particular position on this side that we will not work with the government where health is concerned. And I want to make it clear that in every issue where the health of our people is concerned, the opposition stands ready to work with the government where that is concerned. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we need to have that confidence that we are working together as one, and not as two or three for the good and the well-being of this nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, before we proceed further, I want to recognize and request that you welcome a number of students from two schools, and I'm doing this because sometimes they have to leave early. We have children from the Camperdown High School and from Belair High School in Mandeville. Please welcome them. And I must also present that we are visited today by one of our former senators, Senator Panther. Thank you very much. And we are going to move on. We have two presentations, one from the minister and one from the shadow minister. And members who want to ask questions may now do so because there will be no further deliberation. Dr. Campbell, I understand you want to ask some questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the statement as presented here is grossly inadequate. And the reason why I said so is because of the following. Nowhere in this statement, and I don't know if it was said elsewhere, but nowhere in this statement does it say to us that what are the testing arrangements that are in place, unless I missed it. To speak to exactly if there is a suspected case, what exactly is going to be done? How are we going to respond to it? Where will the test be done? What is the turnaround time for it? What should doctors do with the samples, whatever? I haven't seen that anywhere here. Secondly, I haven't seen anywhere here where it has said what are the quarantine facilities that we have in the different hospitals. How would we deal with a case if it turns up at St. Anne's Bay Hospital as opposed to how we deal with a case if it turns up in SAF? I haven't seen anything here that comforts me in relation to that. The Ebola Center, they have used that for other things. I haven't seen anywhere here as well speaking to whether or not they have masks and other things like that available in the different facilities so that they could protect the staff and other persons who would interact with these suspected cases. The next thing, Mr. Speaker, if the case that was at UA this morning was not a suspected case, on what basis was the case referred to the University Hospital of the West Indies. And after that, the referral, what protocols were put in place at the institution from which the patient was referred. Because if this was not a suspected case, certainly it was an opportunity for a test run for the Ministry of Health. And certainly they must critique exactly how they handled that case and make sure that the preparations are in place if we should have a suspected case tomorrow. So what procedures were put in place from the hospital that was referring the patient? And what procedures were put in place at the facility to which the patient was referred? Because with all that was being said, I drove by the University Hospital prior to coming here, and several of the persons there are wearing masks and all of those things. So certainly, those persons have the impression that there is something going on. And my information is that you have 2 persons that returned from China on the 13th of this month, and in keeping with that 14-day period that they started displaying symptoms last night and went to seek care. What are the different protocols and procedures that were put in place at the University Hospital to treat with this matter? I do not... Yes, I think you can start, Minister, with those, and then I will continue.
Dr. Tufte. Order, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank the members for their follow-up questions. I'll be quick. Firstly, as it relates to the opposition spokesperson on health, the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that we have adhered, as said in the statement, to a protocol that has been triggered, and let us bear in mind in terms of context, this is not the first time the Jamaican health system has had to respond to a novel virus or a new virus. You had SARS, you had, and also to keep viruses out, whether it's yellow fever or malaria. So I would not sell ourselves short, Mr. Speaker, by being overly critical of a health system that may have some deficiencies, but certainly is resilient enough to deal with the possibility of health risk of this sort. And I'm prepared to say that we are responding, and we are doing so in collaboration with our bilateral partners, with our multilateral partners. Specific to your question, however, the airports do have thermal infrastructure that is in effect and works. Those are in conjunction with the Ministry of Health, but that infrastructure actually is with the Airports Authority. We had handheld thermal devices, but I'm told that those were stolen. And as a consequence, we have to now put in place additional handheld devices and therefore have to use the ones that are the analog devices. So we are comfortable that we do have the necessary infrastructure to initially assess persons coming in. And again, we have a lot of experience in that regard. In terms of testing, and this deals with the question mentioned by the last spokesperson on the other side, we do have a testing arrangement. We do testing specifically. We have the capacity to collect samples and do testing through Health Canada or CDC, Centers for Disease Control. In fact, today I met with the representative of CDC here in Jamaica based at the US Embassy, and some discussions took place there. As the member said earlier, there is an issue as it relates to reagents because it's a new virus, and therefore that has to be manufactured and the supplies are limited. PAHO has said to us that we will be able to get supplies within the next couple of weeks. I would not agree with the member who spoke last about how prepared we are. The statement, if you looked at it, clearly outlined the preparedness, which includes isolation areas. You're asking for specifics. Now, you do know that we had built some special purpose isolation rooms during the Ebola outbreak. But you also know, as a medical practitioner, both of you, that in every hospital, depending on the assessment of risk and the degree of risk, there are areas that are designated for appropriate isolation, depending on the threat that is assessed. What the health officials have done and are in fact doing is assessing those locations, and where necessary, we will enhance the capacity of those locations to respond. If you want the specific, as you are appearing to ask, where is it at Black River, where is it at South, we can find that information, we can get that information and give it to you later on, in the spirit of transparency. In terms of supplies, again, the statement did address supplies. We have supplies in stock, but based on discussions with the health authorities, there are going to be, and our provisions are being made to increase health supplies. And again, I stated that in the statement. In terms of UWI and your comment about if it's a suspected case or not, and why did they treat it as such, the straight, simple answer to that is that we're acting out of an abundance of caution. And that's the responsible thing to do. It is better to be cautious, to take all the necessary steps to secure our population, than to appear lax and take it for granted, because you would be the very same one to get up in this house and accuse us of being irresponsible. So it is out of caution.
I'm happy that you finished there, Minister, because that's where I wanted to pick up the discussion. Because that's exactly where I'm having the difficulty. Because I do not believe that, based on that test run this morning, that we've proven to the country that we're ready. I'm not convinced. And the reason why I say so, I'm not saying that you shouldn't act out of an abundance of precaution. Actually, I'm asking you to do that. If I have somebody who was in China 14 days ago, they arrive in Jamaica now, and they start having symptoms which are similar to the symptoms that persons that have coronavirus would present with. And then I say to the country, we are running tests. Please tell me, if I did not suspect corona, what is it that I'm testing for? Or is it that there is a misunderstanding as to what the word suspect means? Because certainly when you go to a doctor, there's a whole panel of tests that you could run. But you don't test every patient for everything. You assess them, and based on what your likely diagnosis is, then you investigate along that line to confirm or to rule out. So if a patient who was in China comes to the university having respiratory tract symptoms, and you are going to do a test, you are doing that test because you suspect coronavirus. That is the reason why you are doing the test. You can euphemize it and say it any other way how you want to say it. But the only reason, I'm asking Mr. Speaker,
if you have questions, please put them.
It is a question, Mr. Speaker, it is a question.
Okay.
If you did not suspect that the patient have coronavirus, why are you testing for it? But that's exactly the point. That is exactly the point. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Those persons over there who have absolutely no knowledge about medical things should remain quiet and try to learn something. If you have persons presenting with symptoms that are in keeping with coronavirus,
members,
and you are going to test, why are you testing then, Mr. Speaker? You test to confirm or rule out a diagnosis. What is going on in here? What kind of madness is going on in here? The only reason you would send somebody for a test is to either confirm or rule out the diagnosis. The point that I am making,
Order on this side,
question
please.
that I'm asking
Dr. Campbell.
is if you are
Focus
testing
on
for
me.
corona,
Ask the
why
question
is it
here.
that
Do
you
not
have not?
cross-talk over there, please.
How is that irresponsible? Your consideration is tourist interest and nothing else. That's not my consideration. Mr. Speaker, I simply want to know if I have somebody presenting to me who was already in China 14 days ago. They come to me now, Mr. Speaker, with respiratory tract symptoms, and I decide that I'm going to run the test on them for the coronavirus. Mr. Speaker, that is the definition of me suspecting it.
Dr. Tufton.
Mr. Speaker, the persons that were referred, the patients that were referred, how were they transported from the initial facility that they went to the University Hospital of the West Indies? What precautions were put in place between them suspecting something there and deciding to refer the patient to the university? How were those persons transported to the University Hospital? Mr. Speaker, we know that this is out there, and we have not done enough to prepare for it, and even now with a test run showing the gaping holes, we are still not putting in place the proper protocols to deal with it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, please. Dr. Tufton, Ms. Hannah has a question. Dr. Tufton, Ms. Hannah has a question, please. Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, Minister.
Ms. Hannah, turn your mic on and proceed.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, there are just 3 questions. You had raised issues of precautionary travel and washing of hands, etc. The specific question I have to ask is about travel and about infrastructure development. The first question is if a student or a resident of Jamaica from China wanted to come back because of whether anxiety or the threat levels get too high, would the government be willing to help repatriate that student back to Jamaica, or would they be allowed, depending on the exigencies, to come back in? In addition to that, and to go back, in addition to that, Jamaica has underway a lot of construction projects being conducted by the Chinese. I'm not sure what happened with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs today with the ambassador of China, but I know that managers fly back and forth and supervisors, etc. What will be the hindrances to some of those projects, especially the construction ones, with this kind of precautionary travel now issued? And then the final one, and this has more to do with along the infrastructure lines, a lot of our schools and communities from time to time, because of climate change, are without water. And what other exigencies or immediate and urgent plans will be put in place to ensure that community tanks are full, that residents have access to water, and that schools don't go without water, and that either the NWC trucks are up to date because they don't deliver water that way, or that the municipal corporations have the requisite means to deliver water to these kinds of institutions to prevent and to certainly help with ameliorating the possibility of the spread of the disease.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, just quickly to my colleague who spoke first, there are protocols that we subscribe to, as stated in the statement I read, Mr. Speaker, and those protocols provide the guidelines for how our medical practitioners should operate in terms of ruling out the possibility of the virus. And it would be responsible of them not to follow those protocols, given the travel history of the person in question. It's as simple as that. That's all it is. And I think to suggest anything else is a sort of twisted logic that doesn't make sense. Having said that, I think the questions asked earlier after by member from St. Anne Southeast are more germane to the issue, and I thank her for those questions. The first one about Jamaican students in China who may desire to come back home. One has to look at the context. Clearly, we are not going to refuse entry to our national who wants to return home for one reason or the other. In China, however, there are some restrictions around travel, depending on where you are, that the government has imposed. So once you would have maneuvered that, which the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would be better able to comment on, then those persons clearly would be allowed in, but subject to appropriate quarantine arrangements, which is why I spoke to protocols. Could be isolation, so they may have to stay home for a period of time and checked on periodically by the medical practitioners to ensure that they are free during that incubation period, the 14 days. So that would be the protocol once that person comes in. As it relates to Chinese workers here in Jamaica, that's part of the conversation that took place this morning with the Chinese ambassador. And I must say we both agreed, meaning our team and his team, that the advisory about restricting or discouraging travel at this time, meaning those in China should remain, and those who had plans should stay until further notice, is what we have put in place. Now, should someone breach that or decide against that position, then they would be subjected to particular isolation and quarantine until the authorities are sufficiently comfortable. So, for example, it may mean that they would have to stay in an isolation or isolated for 2 weeks or more, depending on what the medical advice is. The final question about water. Well, the approach to water resources in schools or other public institutions for fear of this type of issue being a threat wouldn't be no different from the regular flu season. So I certainly would work with my colleagues where this is an issue, and I would encourage that be addressed.
Minister, but as you can understand, I mean, Jamaicans are accustomed to the flu. I'm just asking you to flip the red switch on the Ministry of Water so that it can actually have some urgency, because typically what happens is as you know, with the budget coming up, I would like to, there's nothing in the supplementary estimates, for instance, in the additional water trucking. And so what has to happen is, now that we're going into that, and I'm not sure if the PAAC would look at it, the kind of infrastructural addition or capital expenditure, even if it comes under recurrent expenditure, has to be looked at to make that an emergency issue so that you can have the cushion in case you need to flip that red switch, is what I'm saying. And I'm asking you to speak to the Minister of Water about it.
Dr. McNeil.
Permission to speak from a seat other than my own. Minister, you spoke about...
Make sure your mic is working, please. Go ahead.
You spoke... Yes. Minister, you spoke about the quarantine facilities. In previous occasions, especially the Ebola, etc., we have had to put some isolation areas. Have you started to address that yet? At least have the standby to have those in place. And secondly, the port of entry. You spoke about some additional requirements, getting whether it's thermometers, the portable, adjusting the forms. In other words, now that you have this issue, persons who have traveled to these countries over a period in the past, whether those additional forms are set up so that your screening process is more complete. Have those things been attended to?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the isolation areas, I think the member asked earlier, we have designated areas coming from the Ebola issue some years ago that are at the highest level of isolation, but in every institution, meaning hospital, there are provisions that are made or can be made for additional isolation areas to be created. And the medical team or the ministry team are in fact assessing that to determine how best to put that in place. Similarly so with the ports of entry. Those are also important. I think it's important to note that the assessment of risk will determine the extent of intervention. Jamaica is a country that depends on tourism travel, and we have been doing very well currently, and we do not want to send any signals to the tourism market that Jamaica is not open for business. And I want to make that plain, Mr. Speaker. This is an issue that is dealing with specifically with one particular location, and the intervention as it relates to travel history would be influenced by how that travel history is connected to the areas where the risk is greatest. It's not a total for everyone coming in, because clearly that would mean a lot more personnel and would possibly or more than likely affect our important tourism trade. I also want to say that, and I'm saying it because the Chinese ambassador asked me to say it during the conversation with him, and I think it's appropriate, that this intervention that we have announced, the travel advisory that is not in any way to send any signal to the country that we should operate in a manner that is discriminatory against our Chinese counterparts who are here and who are conducting their normal course of business. And I think that's an appropriate position to take to encourage the country so to operate, because we continue to be friends of China. We continue to work together. There's mutual respect in the relationship. We just are both also concerned about the risk that this coronavirus represents.
Yeah. Minister, I ask these questions because I agree with you totally that we want to ensure that tourism is protected. And probably the best way to protect it is to ensure that all efforts are made to prevent anything like that happening here. So it's important that the resources necessary are in place. And secondly, in terms of those isolation wards, quarantine facilities, you're not going to have a lot of time if something happens. They need to be in place, and we need to ensure that. And this is going to take resources. And so maybe it's a good thing that happened. The PAAC's deliberation, the supplementary budget, has been deferred, as I mentioned to you earlier. And it's important that the Ministry of Health indicate what its requirements would be, so that certainly we can have that discussion, and when we make the recommendation to the Minister of Finance next week Tuesday, at least something can be included, because I think all of us as a nation want to ensure that all the resources possible are in place, and as it stands now, there's nothing in the supplementary budget that deals specifically with this. There are issues to deal with dengue, etc., but the prevention of that are totally different to what we're dealing with in this case. So I suggest that if we can get that by tomorrow, whatever we can do, it can form part of the basis of the report that will come next week Tuesday.
Thank the member for that suggestion. I just want to reassure the member that the entire government is fully behind the efforts. The Honourable Prime Minister and the Cabinet had significant discussions last evening at Cabinet with the health officials to understand the threat, and we're fully on board as one in terms of resources. But I will honour the chairman of the PAC's request and have particular dialogue with the Minister of Finance we always appreciate lobbying on our behalf in public health to the Ministry of Finance. But I know he's very cooperative, and he will do what is necessary to ensure that this is
and
dealt
you're
with.
far happier about it than he is.
Mr. Semuda. Next member.
The Minister of Finance will now make his statement.
Dr. Clarke.
Everywhere Christian goes to walk. Everywhere Christian goes to walk. Juliet?
Mr. Speaker, I just rise to give a statement on the need for a national effort to improve Jamaica's anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing framework. Mr. Speaker, a strong anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing regime that can effectively combat money laundering and financing of terrorism and proliferation is critical to safeguard Jamaica's financial system and national security interests. In addition, a robust AML-CFT framework is increasingly becoming a requirement for participation in the global financial system. More and more anti-money laundering. More and more our international counterparts in finance and business are required to make assessments on the strength of our ability to effectively address money laundering and terrorism finance risks as a condition of doing business with us. The Financial Action Task Force is a global standard setter for money laundering and terrorism financing rules, and FATF has increased its scrutiny of countries' implementation of its 40 recommendations. Further, FATF has introduced 11 immediate outcomes that evaluate how effective countries are in implementing the recommendations. FATF is also taking increased steps to penalize countries for falling short of these requirements. As a result, robustly addressing money laundering and terrorism financing risks has taken on greater importance worldwide. The strength of Jamaica's, and I'll use the phrase AML-CFT to refer to anti-money laundering and countering of terrorism financing. Jamaica's AML-CFT framework is assessed in 2005 and again in 2015 through mutual evaluation exercises spearheaded by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, a FATF-style body of 25 states of the Caribbean Basin, Central and South America that have agreed to implement common measures to address money laundering and terrorism financing. CFATF, which is the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, is responsible for overseeing its members' implementation of FATF's 40 recommendations. Jamaica's 2005 assessment focused on technical compliance and evaluated whether the country had the requisite laws, regulations, and rules to address money laundering and terrorism financing. The latter evaluation over the 2015 to 2016 period was more comprehensive in nature and addressed both technical compliance, whether the laws exist, and effectiveness, i.e. whether the laws were being used. That is, the extent to which the country uses its AML-CFT legal and regulatory framework to effectively mitigate the risks and threats of money laundering, financing of terrorism, and proliferation. The result of the 2015 assessment was published and became official in a mutual evaluation report in 2017. The report identified several weaknesses across the entire system and recommended actions for improvements in the operational, regulatory, and legal framework for addressing money laundering and terrorism financing risks. Based on the results of the mutual evaluation, Jamaica was placed in enhanced follow-up by CFATF. This means that Jamaica was seen as having significant deficiencies for both technical and compliance and effectiveness in its AML-CFT systems, and has been required to report on its progress to remedy these issues at the CFATF plenary. Thus far, Jamaica provided 2 such reports, one at the May 2018 plenary and the other at the 2019 plenary. Since the mutual evaluation of 2017, Jamaica has taken steps to implement the recommended actions and make overall improvements to its AML-CFT regime. Amendments were made to the Proceeds of Crime Act right here in this House, as well as the Terrorism Prevention Act, as well as the United Nations Security Council Resolution Implementation Act, all of which are key AML, CFT, and proliferation financing laws. The 2019 Proceeds of Crime Amendment Act specifically included requiring regulated businesses to use a risk-based framework when applying preventative measures, and it requires competent authorities to keep statistical records that can be used to enhance assessment of effectiveness of the domestic AML framework, and incorporating a mechanism that allows for the discharge of liability for an offense by paying a fixed penalty. Several amendments were made to the Terrorism Prevention Act in 2019 to strengthen Jamaica's ability to combat terrorism and terrorism financing. Among other things, aiding or supporting the travel of terrorist fighters was criminalized under the amendment. Amendments were also made to the Companies Act in 2017 to address gaps relating to legal persons, i.e. companies, regarding requirements for companies to obtain and maintain information on directors, shareholders, and beneficial owners, and to strengthen sanctions for failure to maintain beneficial owner information, and to eliminate the issuance of bearer share warrants. Important gaps remain, and we're committed to addressing them in the short term. In relation to the United Nations Security Council Resolution Implementation Amendment Act, which addresses Jamaica's proliferation of financing terrorism, regulations are now in place regarding reporting requirements for the financial sector as well as for the designated non-financial sectors such as accountants, real estate dealers, and the gaming sector. In addition, AML CFT supervisors such as the BOJ, Bank of Jamaica, and the Financial Services Commission made further enhancements to their supervisory practices and measures to develop the required risk-based approach to supervision, and have undertaken important thematic studies to improve their understanding of risks across the sectors that they oversee. Agencies in the law enforcement network have also made improvements in their operational framework that resulted in increased capacity to combat crimes involving money laundering and terrorism financing. Over 2,500 law enforcement personnel, including investigators and police officers, have been trained in the areas of AML CFT. Increased training resulted in several money laundering investigations, charges, and convictions over the period 2016 to 2019. 117 persons were charged with money laundering offenses over the period, and of this amount, 19 were charged with standalone money laundering offenses. And again, this speaks to the effectiveness of the regime. The number of intelligence reports disseminated by the Financial Intelligence Unit to law enforcement agencies for money laundering and other criminal activities also increased, with some 205 reports disseminated. Of the 205 disseminations, 20 or approximately 10% resulted in money laundering and other criminal charges being laid. 146 or 71% are currently being investigated, and 27 or 13% were closed because information was not relevant to a criminal offense, and 12 or just about 6% were referred to other agencies such as TAJ and FSC for further action. Law enforcement officers have also increased their reliance on cooperation with international partners to obtain information and evidence from overseas jurisdictions in pursuit of criminal investigations, including money laundering. For Jamaica, such mechanisms include the ARIN, CARIB, and Egmont, and law enforcement to law enforcement for investigation, done via the joint operation linked to telemarketing, JOLT. A total of 146 such requests for assistance was received by Jamaica from international agencies over the 2016 to 2019 period, with the requests steadily increasing each year. Jamaica also made 147 similar requests for assistance to international counterparts over the same period. Jamaica completed a national risk assessment of its money laundering and terrorism financing risks in May 2016. It was approved by the Cabinet, and a summary of the findings was circulated to stakeholders and the private sector in August of 2016. A more comprehensive national risk assessment using the World Bank Specialized Risk Assessment Tool is now being conducted. This is most important. Without a comprehensive understanding of the money laundering and terrorism financing risks faced by Jamaica at a national level, Jamaica cannot adequately develop policies and strategies to respond to these risks. A Secretariat for the Coordination of the updated national risk assessment and assessment of the financial sector is contained within the Bank of Jamaica, while the FID is responsible for the assessment of the law enforcement aspect of the national risk assessment. Despite these headways, however, more significant work needs to be done. So we have done legislative improvements, we have had operational improvements, we have had effective investigations and prosecutions, but much more needs to be done to improve the deficiencies in our AML-CFT framework, and by so doing, to enhance the security of our financial system and to satisfy our obligations to CFATF and FATF. The 2017 mutual evaluation results, which again were based on the 2015-2016 assessments, also meant that Jamaica met the FATF's referral criteria for being monitored by that body's process for enhanced follow-up, also known as the International Cooperation Review Group process, or the ICRG process. However, referral to FATF depended on meeting another criteria relating to the size of the economy, which Jamaica did not meet at that time. To be included in the FATF's International Cooperation Review Group process, Jamaica, in addition to the referral criteria, would have had to have met the prioritization criteria, which was measured by M2 data. And M2 is a measure of money supply, so a measure of the size of the monetary size of the economy, i.e. with having financial assets measured by M2 of over $5 billion US. At the time of the mutual evaluation assessment and results, Jamaica did not meet that prioritization criteria. However, in February 2019, FATF redefined the measure for prioritization to be not M2, but to be M3 data. And M3 is a broader measure of money supply, which includes M2 plus other indicators of money. Under this revised criterion in February of 2019, 11 months ago, Jamaica met the requirements to be subjected to enhanced scrutiny by FATF. And you'll recall late last year how the number of, well, I'll come to that in a second. As a result of this development, Jamaica met with FATF's joint group for overseeing the ICRG process a few weeks ago in January of this year to discuss Jamaica's progress thus far in addressing the deficiencies in Jamaica's AML-CFT framework. The joint group will report to FATF's February 2020 plenary on Jamaica's progress, and a determination will be made as to whether Jamaica will be required to commit to certain actions within prescribed timelines to address the recommended improvements to our AML-CFT regime. Based on the magnitude of the remaining work left to be done to improve our anti-money laundering and countering of terrorism financing framework, it is likely that such a national broad-based commitment will be required. It is therefore imperative, Mr. Speaker, that Jamaica, via its ministries, departments, and agencies with critical anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism financing mandates, and the private sector, collaborate in a national effort and marshal collective resources with the assistance of our international development partners to address the gaps across the various systems and processes in Jamaica's overall AML-CFT regime. And the agencies of government with AML-CFT mandates, it's a broad set of agencies, includes the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of National Security, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Trade, the BOJ, the FID, the DPP, the Registrar of Companies, the Department of Friendly and Cooperative Societies, and all investigative arms of government. And on the private sector, the banking sector, the insurance sector, the securities dealer sector, the remittance companies, cambios, credit unions, microfinance companies, legal, accounting, real estate, gaming, jewelry, professions, car dealers, pawnbrokers, etc. All of those sectors and in the private sector are going to have to join in this national effort to improve our AML-CFT regime. Some of what we need to do includes the following: the finalization of the National Risk Assessment to identify risks associated with the financial and the designated non-financial businesses and professional sectors, includes the legal, accounting, jewelry, gaming sectors, etc. The non-profit sector, terrorist financing, legal persons and arrangements, proliferation financing, cross-border activities, tax evasion, etc. We'll also need to finalize, Mr. Speaker, the inclusion of all designated non-financial institutions, businesses and professions in the AML-CFT regime, including, Mr. Speaker, the legal profession. You will recall that when an order was made, I believe in 2014 or 2013, the legal profession, through the General Legal Counsel, went to court and got an injunction for that order to be applicable to the profession. The Supreme Court ruled, and the matter is now before the Court of Appeal. There are elements of that order that are still not enforced by virtue of the pending court decision. We'll need to resolve all of these in order to have an effective AML-CFT regime. The third thing that we will need to do is to complete the necessary legislative amendments to bring the microfinance sector under AML-CFT requirements and to start implementation to ensure that adequate risk-based supervision of the sector is in place. We'll also need to, Mr. Speaker, put in place proper measures to enhance law enforcement and the justice system's capacity to effectively address money laundering and terrorism financing, including ensuring an increase in money laundering investigations that are using financial intelligence information. We need to ensure an increase in Jamaica's use of formal legal assistance mechanisms under the Mutual Assistance Criminal Matters Act, the MACMA, to support money laundering related investigations, especially those involving transnational organized crime, to be effectively pursued to conviction. We need to plan to increase the resourcing and demonstrating that this and wider reforms are leading to an increase of money laundering investigations and convictions. We have to complete ongoing reforms to the justice system and demonstrate that these reforms have increased capacity and capability to prosecute money laundering and other related charges, and pursue contemporaneously with predicate crimes to the fullest extent. And we have to continue to reduce the case backlog to ensure timely resolution of money laundering cases within the courts. Mr. Speaker, we having amended the Companies Act in 2017, and that was a culmination of a few years of work, we'll also have to amend the Companies Act again to ensure that the definition of beneficial owners comports with FATF standards. The 2017 amendments made it mandatory for beneficial owners to be disclosed with annual returns. But the way in which beneficial owners is described speaks to persons who have controlling interest in companies. The international standard and our sister countries have standards for beneficial owners, which are simply if you own 25% of a company or you own 10% of a company, as the case may be. So we're going to have to reopen the Companies Act and redefine beneficial owner to be compatible with FATF standards. And we're going to have a requirement that beneficial owner information must be accurate, with effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions for legal entities that are in breach of their beneficial owner obligations, and to demonstrate that these sanctions are indeed applied where it is appropriate to do so. Mr. Speaker, we're going to have to grant legal powers to the Registrar of Companies to ensure compliance, to monitor and to verify, including through investigations or inspections, that basic beneficial owner information held by companies is accurate and timely. Authorities, Mr. Speaker, will need to consequently demonstrate that the effective use of this mechanism and that information is available to competent authorities. With respect to legal arrangements and trust, Mr. Speaker, we'll need to amend the requisite act to ensure that there's an assessment of money laundering and terrorism finance risks posed by different types of trusts within Jamaica and taking appropriate mitigating measures. We'll have to introduce legislation, effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions for legal arrangements in breach with their beneficial owner obligations and demonstrate that these sanctions are applied where appropriate. And we'll have to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that all types of trustees are required to obtain and hold adequate, accurate, and current information on the beneficial owners and ensure the obligation extends also to information related to the settlor, the trustees, the protector, the beneficiaries, or other class of beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the non-profit sector, we're required to conduct a risk assessment of the sector to determine its vulnerability to terrorist financing and to commence targeted measures to those higher risk non-profit organizations. This is a big potential opening or vulnerability in Jamaica's AML framework. We have to remedy deficiencies in the framework for addressing targeted financial sanctions, Mr. Speaker, related to terrorism. So when there's a financial sanction that is levied at the level of the United Nations, we have to be able to have demonstrable evidence that we have implemented that targeted financial sanction throughout Jamaica, whether in the real estate sector, the financial sector, the legal profession, without delay. And we have to address deficiencies in the framework for addressing proliferation, including completing the legal framework for providing for these targeted financial sanctions and demonstrating that the UN targeted financial sanctions for proliferation financing designations are given effect without delay, i.e. within 24 hours, and communicated to all the obliged entities. And we have to prepare and issue updated guidance to the financial institutions, the designated non-financial institutions, and the designated non-financial businesses and professions so that they are aware of and understand proliferation financing and their targeted financial sanctions obligations. Mr. Speaker, we have to monitor compliance with the United Nations Security Council's Resolution Implementation Act and its regulations once obligations related to targeted financial sanctions for proliferation financing are in effect, and as well as to take any and all necessary enforcement action where authorities find non-compliance. Mr. Speaker, this is a huge undertaking, and as I said before, will require a national effort. The Bank of Jamaica has set up a secretariat to track the progress by the respective agencies across ministries to address these deficiencies. The Secretariat for the National Risk Assessment is also at the Bank of Jamaica, and both the FID and the BOJ are leading the charge in this area to ensure the exercise is adequately conducted and a comprehensive report on the results are delivered for the first quarter of 2021. For both these tranches of work to be effective and fruitful, respective law enforcement agencies, financial institutions, and the supervisors of designated non-financial businesses and professions, i.e. the General Legal Counsel, the Real Estate Board, the Public Accountancy Board, and the respective supervisors for the Betting, Gaming and Lottery Association and respective supervisors for other DNFPBs will need to be actively involved. Mr. Speaker, we need a committed national effort involving public and private sector stakeholders, ministries and departments involved in money laundering and terrorism financing, as well as bankers, remittance companies, cambios, lawyers, real estate practitioners, gaming operators, microfinance companies, and their umbrella organizations to work together to significantly improve Jamaica's anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing framework. Mr. Speaker, while compliance with our FATF and CFATF obligations are important, what is even more important is what a strong AML-CFT framework means for Jamaica. A strong AML-CFT framework, Mr. Speaker, will mean that Jamaica is seen by the world and by our international partners as a diligent global citizen intent on undercutting the underlying primary profit-making motives related to crime, such as corruption, drug trafficking, market manipulation, fraud, tax evasion, along with any avenues used to conceal the proceeds of such crime or to further the reach of criminal enterprises. A strong AML-CFT framework means that Jamaica is no longer willing to allow such activities to generate financial flows that involves the diversion of resources away from economically and socially productive uses for the people of Jamaica. It means that Jamaicans from all walks of life recognize that well-designed and implemented AML-CFT is a way to limit the corrosive, corrupting effect stemming from profitable crime on society and the economic system as a whole. AML-CFT controls, when effectively implemented, mitigate the adverse effects of criminal economic activity and promote integrity and stability in financial markets. Mr. Speaker, for this action plan that we are going to need to implement, we'll need the cooperation in this House as well, because it will require many bills being brought here for passage and to be enacted into law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's over the next several months, or maybe a year.
Dr. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, there are just a few issues that I'd like to touch on in light of the Minister's very comprehensive statement on the matter. You pick your own words. I think what this highlights once again, and maybe successive administrations haven't sufficiently emphasized it, is the degree to which our ability to function as a financial entity, that is to say, the state that is Jamaica, and the companies and businesses and governmental institutions, Bank of Jamaica, etc., etc., etc. The extent to which we can function effectively in the international system is dependent upon our compliance with the rules that govern that system. And it is also the case that the nature of those rules changed drastically after 9/11/2001, and when the world confronting the reality of terrorism and of the financing of terrorism had to implement a range of rules. And it is also the case that terrorism financing links easily with other forms of organized crime. Much effort has been made to bring effective monitoring and oversight to financial transactions. But I think I want to first of all underscore the point made by the Minister about the need to engage the Parliament. Not simply, however, to secure passage of legislation, although that is important, but also to be able to muster such consensus as may be necessary for us to ensure that the rules set by the international system are in fact functioning in accordance with our real interests here in Jamaica. We have no fundamental disagreement with the way the international system has organized its rules, but in many respects, the way the rules are implemented are counterproductive to some of our normal doing business practices. And
oftentimes we find ourselves just deciding to comply. And in fact, the supervisory agencies, including BOJ, in the desire to comply, make life impossible sometimes for the ordinary legitimate business person. Give an example. Opening an account in Jamaica for many people is almost an impossibility now. And makes doing business difficult. If you have an account and you have satisfied the KYC, know your customer requirements in a particular bank, and you want to open another account in another bank, you are being required to go through a range of KYC as if somehow the first bank, which was approved by BOJ, which rules are approved by BOJ, has no consequence. People can't move. You have an additional situation. I know, but I will not reveal their name because I haven't sought their authority to do so. There are businesses that do cash business, big wholesale operations, do cash business for some kind of arbitrary, it would appear, reason. Their bankers tell them they will only accept $3 million of cash from them per day. Some less. In this particular instance, said $3 million a day. The business over the Christmas period was doing $6 million a day. They have to find mattress, some safe, someone to deal with the other three, and creating a problem for him because of all this cash which is around, and doing other things. And I quite frankly believe that between the entire government of Jamaica, Ministry of Finance, BOJ, the Parliament, our financial institutions, we need to be able to say to the FATF and the CFATF and the other groups, the rules simplicity are imposing impossible and oftentimes unnecessary strictures which are constraining the Jamaican economy and are counterproductive to just good business sense and to our national interests. Just as an aside, this designation of what they call it PEP, politically exposed persons, is an affront to the Parliament of Jamaica and all people in the political system. And these agencies want us to pass legislation that is facilitating control over illicit flows of funds, and they have confidence in us to do so, and yet treat us collectively as pariahs in the system. It makes no sense. No, don't. I wouldn't want to, out of fairness, I wouldn't want to say it is personally his accommodating stance. We collectively at least one bank has said it wants no account from any political party.
Yes. Still the laws that we pass.
Well, my own personal view, if they don't want no account from the political party, I don't know why they would want accounts from the government of Jamaica. Whenever they want to give free credit, they want to give credit card.
Whenever they want to give credit card and everything.
All sorts of things. Yeah, man. It is wrong. There are systems. There are systems which we run the risk too often when we make blanket provisions in regulations of punishing the law abiding because you want to catch one or two or some dishonest persons. What we need to do is to enable our institutions to actually work effectively. And I think that included in the things that we ought to be doing, and I have noticed the range of provisions that you have listed as tasks which still remain. Much of that work will fall to the Financial Intelligence Unit and the Financial Investigations Unit. And I would think, Minister, that the time has come to give the Financial Investigations Unit a requisite level of autonomy for actions independently if we are going to be able to modernize our oversight of financial transactions that we have to do. The truth of the matter is that we need to bring all these areas, and I agree, and I want to underscore, there is no division here. Everybody in the world, the courts and the lawyers and the other things, have to understand we operate in a world, and we don't shape that world in absolute terms. Sovereignty has meaning only to the extent that you can actually leverage the financial system of the world to accommodate to your interests. And we have to find a way of striking the right balance in these matters. But it makes no sense for a court to hold up a judgment if it is going to mean that the Jamaican economy is going to get blacklisted in the transactions of the world. And they need to understand these realities. But as I said, at the same time, I think the Parliament could function very usefully in amplifying, providing for a national voice in these matters, and a voice that can help us shape the system as it applies to our domestic arrangements. And so it is really a call for taking for the Parliament once again in critical areas to operate in the national interest rather than in a sectional interest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bunting.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to ask the Minister, in this comprehensive statement where he outlines quite a number of initiatives to get our important compliance, whether he would also look at increasing the budgetary allocation for MOCA and FID. Because as his statement says, if we are intent on undercutting the underlying primary profit-making motives related to crime, such as corruption, the first
financial crime, so to speak, mentioned. Then we must develop the investigative capacity to do it quickly, as we're seeing with CMU and many other government agencies. There is a proliferation of cases that need to be investigated. We don't have the resources. In fact, MOCA has less manpower now than it did before the MOCA Act was passed, because many of the police personnel are returning to the JCF, and we have not yet passed the regulations which are required for the MOCA, the independence of MOCA to be completed. We see there are still challenges with Schedule 7 of the MOCA Act relating to the powers of arrest of MOCA officers. These are important operational complements to these, largely legislative and regulatory initiatives which you have outlined here. And I can give a practical, a specific example connected to what the leader of the opposition spoke to in terms of banks frustrating some of the previous amendments, or the intention of the previous amendments. The one you spoke to in, I think it was 2013 or 14, which put limits to cash transactions that persons outside of banks or cambios could transact between each other, unless they got some special dispensation from the Minister of Finance, I think it was. The intention of that amendment, Minister, was to take a lot of the black market transactions, or the gray market, not necessarily black market, the informal market transactions, and bring them into the formal system so that BOJ, FID, all the important players would have a better surveillance of what was taking place. The banks are running, their own administrative rules are running contrary to that by putting caps. And I know my own brother, who is a fish farmer, modest businessman, sells fish to higglers every morning, gets up early and does it. He is restricted from depositing the proceeds of his sales to the bank. And this is just an arbitrary administration. Now, we're saying to him, in order to operate within the law, he must deposit his proceeds into the banks. And the bank is saying to him, but you cannot deposit your proceeds, because we're putting an arbitrary cap on you, which is below the amount of your sales in a day. That leaves a citizen who is trying to be compliant in a no man's land. And it really requires, I believe, that from a policy perspective or a regulator's perspective, we say to banks who are privileged, they have a license to take deposits. They have a license to conduct businesses, to conduct FX transactions that the ordinary company cannot. So they are in a privileged position, and the table stakes for continuing to be in this privileged position must that they comply or facilitate the compliance with the POCA regulations and with the other regulations which will lead to the better governance and better compliance and enforcement of our anti-money laundering and anti-terrorism financing legislation. Thank you.
Minister, who bears the cost of implementing this framework? Ultimately, is it the banks? And could you correct me in the view that this is one of the reasons being advanced by the banks for the fees that are being charged? And if so, where can we strike a balance instead of imposing this on the depositors simply and sharing that cost between the banks and the public at large?
Mr. Clarke.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to
thank the members for the very useful and substantive contributions and questions and comments. This is no doubt an area that is going to seize our attention over the next year or two as we try to resolve the tension between what is required for us to do to maintain access to the international financial system and what is practical and makes sense. One of the reasons, Mr. Speaker, for bringing it here in such comprehensive detail is that we are likely going to be required when we go to the FATF meeting in February in Paris to sign on to an action plan that says this is what we are going to do in broad. And I've laid out in those last several paragraphs what the elements of that is likely to be. I can assure you, remember, that as long as I'm in this chair, that Parliament will be involved and will, I mean, this is, this stepped up initiative is taking place here first. And we'll have the opportunity to scrutinize all the laws and regulations that will be brought, as long as we can be practical about the time frame by which we have to have them implemented. Now, this has been a transition for Jamaica. When we first started to adopt these AML CFT measures, what happened is that we sort of adopted it analogous. I'll use an analogy of the post-FinSAC era, where the regulatory authorities went through a period of just stopping risk-taking, as opposed to what regulators are supposed to do, which is managing the risk in the system. What essentially happened was that the private sector implementers just took an approach, a one-size-fits-all approach. Where we need to go to and where FATF regulations are pushing us towards are what we call risk-based supervision, risk-based investigation, i.e., the interest is not in generating 100,000 suspicious transaction reports. Because 100,000 suspicious transaction reports, you don't have the manpower. What you want to do is to go after what is really suspicious, not by reference to some absolute threshold, but by reference to a multivariate set of parameters. And the approach that we have had so far, as far as the financial sector is concerned, has been much more according to that doctrine of just applying, a hammer and one set of rules. You describe everybody as a PEP, or everybody's a PEP. You want genuine risk-based. Now, some good points were made about the transferability of KYC and so forth. And I would just say that those are things that in this next round the regulators are working on. Having a national identification that we are all committed to in this House will make that considerably easier. No, this is not a political point or a partisan point. It's a factual point. And Mr. Speaker, just responding to yours, even though there's some overlapping, I'll just respond to yours first and then moving on. While you were making a presentation, there was a view of taking a stance against these organizations. I mean, as was alluded to earlier, the international financial system is not one that is not a system that's under our control, or we are not a part of the bodies that are making the rules. Our goal is to get there, and Jamaica, if we grow, prosper, progress, whatever you want to call it, sufficiently, Jamaica can have a seat at the table, and that must be our goal and our ambition. But for the time being, we don't have a seat at the rules-making table, and we have no choice but to comply. And other jurisdictions in our region are finding ways of making sure that these are implemented, and it requires a different approach to doing business. A side point on the independence of FID and FIU, I mean, it is operationally independent. It is resourced. Obviously, it has been able to have resources from our partners, and what we must do is get to a point where we, from our budget, can resources. Once it's resourced efficiently, then its operations will only improve. I hear you on that. And as you will see with the statistics I quoted, FID's investigations and prosecutions as far as money laundering is concerned have ramped up in the last several years. I totaled the statistics from 2016 to 2019, and we can expect that to continue, as this is one measure of the effectiveness of the regime. So you understand, the international authorities are not looking at the effectiveness of the regime by looking at what laws you have in place. Like, if you have those laws in place, then you must have investigations, you must have prosecutions, you must have convictions. Show me what it is that you have. With respect to the budgetary allocation for MOCA and FID, which is related to your point, absolutely. We are going to, and we are committed to, resourcing the MOCA and FID over time, starting now, not now, but we have been increasing allocation over time, to ensure that this AML CFT framework is one that they can carry out efficiently, to the extent that Jamaica can get high marks in this regard as we need to. Now, as far as the banks are concerned, they require corresponding banking relationships to be able to do their business. And the way in which corresponding banking works, they look at the riskiness of a regime and make their decisions. These are banks that have correspondent banking relations with 100 countries, 150 countries. And they will, as I think members here are aware, have no qualms about one morning getting up and cutting off the correspondent banking. And what you have been seeing is financial institutions in Jamaica trying to go the extra mile to ensure that there's no reason for that to happen to them. Now, the more efficient and the more robust and the stronger the country's anti-money laundering framework is the less that the individual bank will feel the need to do their own thing. Do you understand? So if you're in a system that is effective and that is seen as robust and internationally given marks as robust, then banks have a lot more comfort and a lot more flexibility. If you're in a regime where you are, like we are, where your AML CFT is seen as deficient and weak, then the banks have to take an extra precaution to make sure they're not individually penalized. And that is a delicate position in which they find themselves. Now, a lot of the comments, Mr. Speaker, have focused on the financial sector, and I want to make this point. And I remember, what we will be required to do is not just for the financial sector, and I would probably say we've had a lot of work done with the financial sector, even though there's more to do. Where we are really needing to ensure that the deficiencies are erased is in the designated non-financial businesses and professions. That's where we have a lot of exposure. The idea behind an AML CFT framework is that ill-gotten gains cannot find their way through any crack or crevice into the country's financial system. And ill-gotten gains can get into your system either through your financial institutions, but also accountants, assistants, lawyers, real estate professionals, money being used to buy property, jewelry, gaming, microfinance, and pawnbrokers, and all of these sectors. And you are as strong as your weakest link. Our financial institutions, as comments here pointed out, have gone and put in systems. But as far as these non-financial sectors are concerned, that is where we have substantial exposure. And what is going to be required there is for their supervisors, and recall that some of their supervisors are they're not all in the public sector. Some of them are actually private. The General Legal Counsel, the government is not involved in General Legal Counsel. And other supervisors are quasi-public-private, Public Accountancy Board, for example. And what is going to have to happen is for those entities, and this is where we have the challenge, because it's not just the government, those entities are going to have to be sufficiently resourced to carry out risk-based supervision of their own professions. And risk-based supervision in that context is going to mean the General Legal Counsel is aware of something that it warrants further investigation. It looks, one of their members, it looks suspicious. The General Legal Counsel is going to have to demonstrate that it has the capacity to, and it actually does investigate that suspicious activity and takes whatever action is required. The Real Estate Board is going to have to demonstrate that it actually has the capacity to do those investigations of its own members where activity warrants such an investigation. The investigation may yield nothing, but that is how the designated non-financial sectors operate in the countries of the world that are seen as being FATF compliant. And that is a sea change. And I just wanted to make that point because a lot of the comments have focused on the financial part of the equation. The non-financial part is going to be as important or even more important. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to again thank the members for the very thoughtful comments and questions, and to say that we, as we put this action plan together and make a commitment to it at the highest levels, that we have the cooperation of all members in this House to ensure, and beyond the House, we're going to seek the cooperation of our international development partners, of our private sector partners, to ensure that we can implement these measures in the time that will be required in order for Jamaica to be seen as a compliant jurisdiction as far as AML CFT is concerned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh,
yeah, Minister, I'd ask a question. Two questions really, on the cost and the bank's response.
So I thought I was, I alluded to that by saying, sorry, I answered your question, I thought, by pointing to the non-financial component and saying that the regulators, or the supervisors rather, in those sectors are going to have to be resourced to monitor their sectors and engage in risk-based supervision. Where those sectors are private, such as the General Legal Counsel, they're going to have to come up with their own resources to do that. As far as the financial sector is concerned, yes, what is going to happen is that the resources for financial compliance, or the compliance departments in not just banks, but insurance companies, microfinance, etc., are going to have to be stepped up. The resources in MOCA FID, in AG, DPP, all of those agencies are going to have to be stepped up to allow us to meet these requirements. And a lot of what we're going to be required to do on the surface may appear, yes. So, Mr. Speaker, that is it. And I thank you thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank members for their cooperation. But we'll have time to discuss this over the maybe year and a half that it might take us to implement this agenda.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the CMU was established on September 15, 1980, in collaboration with the government of Norway at 9 Norman Road with 30 students. 30 students. The institution was first named the Jamaica Maritime Training Institute, and it operated from 2 renovated offices. It was later relocated to the present location of its main campus on Norman Manley Highway in May 1984. The next major milestone for the institution occurred in 1990, when training was expanded to embrace the global market. For the first time, non-Jamaican nationals became a part of the student population. Then in May 1992, the first Jamaican executive director was appointed. In January 1993, the institution transitioned into a statutory body under the laws of Jamaica and was renamed the Jamaica Maritime Institute. In September 1994, this saw the introduction of the Diploma in Shipping and Logistics, which was funded by the Canadian International Development Agency, CEDA. This provided higher education of a specialized nature in a critical growth area. In furtherance of this mandate, the institution signed a memorandum of understanding with the University of Technology, establishing an associate degree program in industrial systems, operation and maintenance in 1997. 3 years later, in May 2000, a formal declaration of reciprocal recognition of the standards of training certification and watchkeeping, the STCW 1995, and certificates of competency was issued to Jamaica by the Maritime Coast Guard agencies of the United Kingdom. This positioned the institution as internationally recognized, using Europe as the launchpad. In December of that year, Jamaica was listed among 72 countries of the International Maritime Organization whitelist of nations, complying with standards of training, certification, and watchkeeping, making the institution the only IMO-recognized one in the Caribbean. In 2001, the Jamaica Maritime Institute was renamed the Caribbean Maritime Institute to reflect the expanded scope of the institution's programs and activities. And in 2004, the CMI gained accreditation for the Diploma in International Shipping and Logistics from the University Council of Jamaica. In September 2017, the institution became the Caribbean Maritime University. The CMU today has greatly expanded its scope and now focuses not only on maritime, but also on security and anti-terrorism, logistics, robotics, machining and engineering, and it has expanded its numbers to over 4,000 students. It must be recognized that much of this expansion took place under Professor Fritz Pinnock. As the university expanded, the requisite management systems, however, did not keep apace with the requirements to operate an enterprise of this size, nor did it comply or meet the requirements established under the CMU Act, the Corporate Governance Framework, and the Public Bodies Accountability and Management Act. Upon being granted university status in September 2017, the CMU was transferred from the Ministry of Transport to the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information on January 1, 2018. The Honourable House would recall that on Tuesday, January 21, 2020, the Auditor General's report on the operations of the Caribbean Maritime University was tabled during the sitting of the House of Representatives. The Auditor General's Special Audit Report spans the period 2016 to 2019. The institution would have been under the Ministry of Transport and Mining during 2016 to 2017, and under the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information from January 1, 2018 to present. It is important to note that in February 2019, the former Permanent Secretary was transferred from the Ministry of Education. The former Minister resigned in March 2019, and as Prime Minister, I took charge of the Ministry of Education. This is in keeping with my practice of taking over ministries whenever major breaches are identified as a targeted management strategy to give direction and ensure alignment with core mandates of the institutions until I am assured and satisfied that adequate systems of oversight are in place. Minister Samuda was appointed to see to the day-to-day operations of the ministry, and a new accounting officer was appointed to act as Permanent Secretary since that time. Upon taking over the ministry, I met with the senior executives of the Ministry of Education to conduct a discovery exercise and to discuss the general operations of the ministry and to determine if there was a wide-scale breakdown of management in the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information. The reports that I received suggested that the management of the ministry was generally aligned with policy direction and governance expectations. This is not to say that the Ministry of Education is perfect, but it is generally well aligned. However, there were challenges identified at the Caribbean Maritime University, and those were highlighted even before we had the benefit of the Auditor General's report. The Permanent Secretary and the Minister were directed to work with the CMU team to develop a work plan to address the challenges identified, including accounting, governance, procurement, and human resources. This was done long before the preliminary report of the Auditor General was made available in August 2019. I will now set out the actions taken by the ministry between April and September 2019 and planned responses to concerns raised earlier and proposed recommendations in the Auditor General's report. One recommendation from the Auditor General was that there should be appropriate arrangements in place to effectively monitor the CMU in keeping with the GOG accountability framework. This arrangement should include a system that ensures that board minutes and other specified reports are faithfully submitted to the portfolio ministry. The Permanent Secretary should also ensure that such board minutes and reports are reviewed and the portfolio minister is formally apprised of significant issues that may affect the performance of the CMU in order to enable the minister to take appropriate actions regarding the performance of the council. Mr. Speaker, a government framework has in fact been developed to guide the operations of the CMU. This was discussed in a meeting on May 4th, 2019 with the executive leadership of the CMU. To date, the following have been developed for approval of the new council: a board charter, declaration of interests, investment policy, donations policy, and procurement internal procedures. So these are all policy guidelines and documents developed in keeping with our thrust to ensure that the CMU is meeting the accountability framework and the requirements of the PBMA. And Mr. Speaker, the new council, which I will announce later on in my statement, will now have these documents as a starting point to approve, so they won't have to go back to redo work that was subsequently done. All of the above documents that I have named are completed and will be reviewed by the new council for approval. As it relates to the minutes of board meetings and quarterly reports under the Financial Administration and Audit Act and the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act, those minutes have been submitted for 2018 and 2019, and they are now currently being reviewed. In addition, the annual reports for all years outstanding will be submitted by the end of May 2020. This would have been completed earlier. However, the external auditors thought it prudent to await the completion of the Auditor General's report, and therefore the CMU will have its report, all its reports current, expected by May 2020. Mr. Speaker, please note that the Council met 11 times in 2019. This would have been after the new leadership of the ministry was installed and engaged the Council in ensuring that there was proper management and oversight. Just for the record, Mr. Speaker, in reference to the Auditor General's report, in 2016-2017, the Council met 5 times. In 2017-2018, 3 times. In 2018-2019, 4 times. But from April to October 2019, the Council met 11 times. And this was as a direct result of new management, new direction in place to ensure So, Mr. Speaker.
Order, members, that's not the way to do it. That's not the way. Go ahead, Prime.
As I said, Mr. Speaker, even before we had the benefit of even the preliminary Auditor General's report, the government, under my direct leadership, through the minister responsible and having oversight, Minister Samuda, and the new permanent secretary acting, Grace McLean, we gave directives to the board. We developed a work plan for the board, and that ensured that the board became even more active than they were before in ensuring the good governance of the CMU. One of the weaknesses also identified in the report was the incomplete governance structure that existed, in particular in relation to the existence and or functioning of subcommittees and the submission of relevant documentation such as council minutes, corporate plans, half-yearly, quarterly and annual reports and financial statements. Mr. Speaker, upon taking over the ministry and the appointment of a new permanent secretary, it is to be noted that these measures and requirements were put in place and met, and in fact, we now have received the outstanding reports. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that during the period of the new administration being put in place, that is between April to October 2019, as I said, the Council met, but we also established the various subcommittees that were recommended in the Auditor General's report. We established, Mr. Speaker, an audit and risk committee, which was not in place, Mr. Speaker, before. That was now established. And Mr. Speaker, in reviewing the subcommittees of the board, we also recognize the need for the establishment of a committee which we will call a governance committee. So, Mr. Speaker, the new council that will be in place will be required to establish a governance committee. And this governance committee will be set up to ensure that the council is meeting the requirements of its statutory legislation, that is the CMU Act, meeting the requirements of the government's governance framework, and meeting the requirements of the PBMA. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we will be directing the council to put in place an enterprise risk management system with a risk officer assigned to ensure that the operations of the CMU are in line with modern standards of auditing. A risk and audit committee responsible for reviewing the work of the internal auditor is now in place. And Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that had come up in the Auditor General's report was that the CMU did not have an internal auditor for some time. Upon discovering that, Mr. Speaker, the Permanent Secretary gave a directive that one be employed. The CMU went through the process of hiring. That direction was given in April. The CMU went through the process. Mr. Speaker, the CMU went through the process of hiring, but in the interim, the Ministry of Education also assigned some of its own internal auditing capacity to go through and assist the CMU. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General recommended that steps should be taken to strengthen controls over the management of the CMU's bank accounts to ensure that all transactions are authorized in keeping with approved limits, and further, that the Council should consider the appropriateness of maintaining 22 bank accounts. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we will be directly charging the new Council to examine carefully whether or not they need to operate 22 bank accounts. I know that they have already started the process of closing some, and I should be getting an update as to how many they have actually closed. But clearly, Mr. Speaker, an institution should never have this many bank accounts. In addition, as I've said, that we will be issuing to the new council instructions to reduce the number of bank accounts, which is in keeping with the Accountant General's directives for all public institutions. And by way of letter dated the 20th of December 2019, we also gave instructions to the Council for the regularization of signatories to accounts and the signing of checks in keeping with Circular 59/2018. That is a directive by the Ministry of Finance as to how signatories or who should be signatories on bank accounts. The Auditor General's recommendation in order to promote good governance practice and receipt of value for money, that the CMU's council should immediately review its procurement practice with a view to ensure that, one, the appropriate method of procurement is utilized, procurement opportunities are open to all eligible suppliers, and there is ongoing monitoring to enable the achievement of expected deliverables. And to address this, Mr. Speaker, as part of the directives that we gave, carried out by Minister Samuda and Permanent Secretary McLean, extensive training sessions were undertaken with the CMU in procurement rules and practices, human resources rules and practices, in finance and administration. We also dealt, Mr. Speaker, with the issue of overseas travel and how that should be handled. A procurement and administration handbook was developed and disseminated to staff, and we also conducted further extensive training on procurement with specialized staff. In addition, the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information will be monitoring all significant procurements until the new policies and procedures are embedded. And this is a very important point. When the ministry takes over a closer management of these agencies, merely developing the policy, having the policy being approved by the council, training the staff, does not mean that these new policies and guidelines become embedded in practice. The ministry, it has a value, but the ministry has to continue to supervise and oversee and ensure that they have a period of time when they are actually putting into practice these new policies. So all procurement now is still being reviewed by the Ministry of Education. Mr. Speaker, the procurement of sandwich panels, and these would be styrofoam panels which are used to create concrete walls in a steel frame building. The report of the Auditor General highlighted that this was done by direct contracting, and this constitutes a breach of government procurement rules, and it is a significant breach, Mr. Speaker, because the value of the panels were in excess of what could be approved at that level, and such a transaction, such a contract, such a procurement should have come to the cabinet of the country. It didn't come to the cabinet of the country, and we are very concerned about that, and we want to establish, because these breaches happen in agencies from time to time, and we must take the opportunity here to reinforce. Mr. Speaker, since I'm being interactive,
members,
I just wanted to make the point that this kind of breach cannot be supported, but they have happened from time to time. They have been raised, and we want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, that this is not supported, and the government is very concerned whenever agencies act outside of their authority. This procurement should have come to the cabinet of the country, and we just want to establish that very clearly so that all other agencies understand. Even before we have been saying that. Even before we have been saying that. Mr. Speaker, there is the Auditor General report identified the Jamaica Maritime Institute Trust Fund. And Mr. Speaker, the recommendation of the Auditor General is that this trust fund should be wound up. And the new council, Mr. Speaker, will be given that policy directive to, as quickly as possible, wind up the Jamaica Maritime Institute Trust Fund and have the relevant resources rolled into the CMU operations. Mr. Speaker, another recommendation of the Auditor General was that the CMU must improve its asset records management system to ensure that items acquired are systematically registered and verified in terms of description and location. Further, the circumstances surrounding the reimbursement of US $10,000 in respect of the President's International Award must be reviewed to ensure that reimbursement was appropriate. To address this recommendation, the Ministry has started to review the asset management system and is currently recommending a new approach to asset inventory. That is the identification, to address this recommendation, the Ministry has started to review the asset management system and is currently recommending a new approach to asset inventory. So we have dealt with that. Mr. Speaker, I now wish to announce the appointment of a new council, which was approved by Cabinet yesterday. And the members are Professor Ibrahim Ajigana, Acting President, and he is ex officio. Professor Noel Brown, Deputy to the President of CMU. Mr. Devon Gardner, University Treasurer, and he is also ex officio. Ms. Kerry Tolo, President of the Alumni Association, ex officio. Mr. Glenardo Simpson, President of the Student Union, ex officio. Mr. Dwayne Powell, representing the Port Authority. Ms. Belinda Ward, representing the Port Authority. Mr. Kim Clarke, representing the Shipping Association of Jamaica. Mr. Trevor Riley, representing the Shipping Association of Jamaica. Mr. Donovan Stanbury, Dr. Donovan Stanbury, forgive me. He's a registrar of the University of the West Indies, representing the University of the West Indies. Dr. Therese Chambers, Associate Professor of the University of Technology, representing the University of Technology. Professor Gordon Shirley, I have asked him to take up the chairmanship of the council. Mr. Mark Hart, President of Port Handlers Limited. Rear Admiral Peter Brady, Managing Director of the Maritime Authority of Jamaica. And Dr. Marshall Hall, Chairman of the Jamaica Producers Association. Mr. Donovan Perkins, Director of Everything Fresh Limited, and Mrs. Mitzi Gordon Burke Green, President of the Custom Brokers and Freight Forwarders Association. The representative of the government of Norway, will be Mr. Grantley Stevenson, who is Deputy Chair of Kingston Wharves Limited. Elected members will be Mr. Peter McCarthy, that is the representative of the Dean, Mr. Worrell Morris, representative of the admin staff, technical staff, and Professor Gossett Oliver, the representative of the professors of CMU. I believe that the corrective actions taken to date demonstrate the seriousness with which the government regards the development at the university, and I believe that the board assembled has the requisite skills and competence to ensure that the policies already developed are quickly approved, quickly put into practice, and that that practice will become the norm at the CMU. Mr. Speaker, having had the opportunity to carefully reflect on the operations of the CMU, we further recognize that the structure of the CMU legislation may require amendment because the way in which it is structured limits the ability of getting the requisite skills to populate the council or the board. And we will have to take a very careful view on the legislation that governs how the board is appointed. The second major change that we will have to consider very carefully is the CMU has expanded rapidly, as I gave earlier, the history of the CMU. And in some ways, it would have lost its focus on developing the maritime sector. And the council will have to think very carefully as to whether or not it should refocus the CMU on being a supporting educational institution for the development of the maritime sector and the associated industries, rather than going too broad afield and taking on so many other programs which are not directly related to its core mandate. So I have the new council will get this as their policy mandate to examine and report to me as the minister, and for them to work with the Jamaica Tertiary Education Commission, both to determine the makeup of the council and the future direction in terms of what the council should focus on. A third element which we have to consider, one of the reasons why I've included so many industry specialists and persons who have corporate experience, is that the CMU could be contemplated as an agency that could have in it significant private sector participation, seeing that it is such an industry-aligned operation. So the council will also be directed to determine ways in which we could have greater private sector cooperation. And it is not unusual, Mr. Speaker, to have universities that are privately operated but are efficiently and effectively operated, even better than our government universities are operated, without compromising access or quality. And I had to contemplate this, Mr. Speaker, because recently I was approached by a potential investor who saw what the CMU was doing, was very excited by it, but of course these developments have put all those possibilities on pause. But clearly the CMU is an asset, and which is why I started out by outlining how the institution has progressed. And we ought to be very careful that we do not destroy this asset as we are seeking to ensure that its governance, its integrity, and its management is improved. Mr. Speaker, may it please you.
Dr. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, Dr. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence.
I'm with you. Go ahead.
Because I will have some remarks in response, but the Shadow Minister of Education also, I expect, will have some in this regard, as well as other colleagues here on transport as well, who are all affected. So in this instance, Mr. Speaker, our expectation of you is of some, that you will exercise your capacities for impartial. Yes, as is wont to do on occasion. Mr. Speaker, the special report of the Auditor General on the Caribbean Maritime University that was published in December reveals, I think we'd all agree, a disgraceful and particularly troubling instance of gross mismanagement, misuse of public funds, and a rape of taxpayers' money, which is probably the worst in our history. It comes against the background of repeated breaches of public procurement rules and the rules of governance that have occurred in recent years. We don't need to enumerate them, but they are in our mind, from Petrojam scandal to the debushing scandal to Nessel to the FLA, the police used car. I mention these not just to repeat the history, but simply put, if the Prime Minister had put the necessary corrective action in place early, rather than trying to defend the indefensible, as occurred with the debushing scandal, the culture of abuse of taxpayers' resources may not have become as embedded as it has become. Once again, we are seeing a pattern. The barn has been raided, and after the raid, measures are being put in place to tell us that these are corrective measures. He said, loot it and fix it. It's an apt phrase. As what we have here in the report of the Auditor General is disgraceful. Unsupported payments in excess of 300 million, unsupported by any documentation. Improper record of a $145 million being withdrawn from a trust fund which was dormant for 5 years. And yet, money was funneled through it for payments. Millions of dollars, Jamaican and US dollars, spent with no record of account. The most disgraceful aspect of the whole saga, however, concerns the total breakdown of established structures of accountability. The structures, the council, the reporting requirements to the Ministry of Education, the requirements of internal auditing, all of those were standard, but they didn't operate here. How could it be? These are structures that exist exist in law and are provided for to protect the taxpayer interest and protect the public interest in these matters. What's the record here? And how could it elude the cabinet? No financial statement submitted since 2014-2015 financial year. I don't know, every prime minister has a responsibility to determine how he runs his ship. But it is a requirement of law that annual statements must be submitted. And in the cabinets in which I have sat, there were breaches, yes, from time to time, but there was a regular reporting of companies and entities that were in breach and instructions given to get up to date. If you don't know that you are derelict, if you don't know that you are derelict.
Order, please. Please do not disturb.
There are companies that were in breach, and some of them had ceased operations, even though they were required. But there were needs, and certainly no institution as important and as central as the Caribbean Maritime University should have been allowed to be in breach. No. Not only that, the Prime Minister makes much of the fact that the board met 11 times since April. The fact is, since April to October. But the fact of the matter is that the board met 12 times in 3 years, 11 times April to October, when it became apparent. The minister was moved in March. Prior to that, the board was a meeting, met once, the council. Who? Yes. Yes, but he was fired. I heard what he said. I heard what he said. I am not. He has told us to tread carefully on matters that might affect the court of law. But I am saying, up to now, the Prime Minister hasn't told the country why he fired him. Or accepted his resignation, whatever you want to call it. You must make the Prime Minister talk for himself. You. He don't need your help today.
Order, please. Order, please. Please follow the procedure.
Mr. Speaker, the board was not meeting. Not under the first minister, not under the second minister. Minister was fired, and only then. And this pattern of boards not meeting was a pattern that was evident also in Petrojam. Boards not meeting. What kind of government has agencies disposing of hundreds of millions of dollars and no board is holding these agencies accountable and the cabinet is not informed? It's scandalous. You agree? Good. But you know, the fact is, Prime Minister, even after the Petrojam bubble burst in 2018, no instruction went forth from you and your cabinet that board should meet. Remembering, of course, that the former minister, I believe, would be personally inclined to listen to such an instruction from you, because he was not just anyone that came. This is a man that you raised up, brought him into your ministry when you were Minister of Education, gave him, you would call him your brethren, your personal passer, your pari. No, but I tell you something, the greatest indication of that is the portfolio of information. I don't know how you run your show, but in all the cabinets that I have known, prime ministers have kept information to themselves. And in this instance, or someone, even when they keep it to themselves, this someone who has responsibility, someone particularly close and aligned. And this minister, with whom there is this special attachment,
Members, Dr. Phillips is on the street. Order, please.
all right, hear me now. Write down all the comments, because I'm not hearing all of them. But I want to say this, Prime Minister, I'm also concerned because I heard nothing in your presentation about the much reported non-disclosure agreements, which it was reported required as having been required of members of the council subsequent. No, I haven't heard. I heard something in the press. I heard something. I heard a report of the Prime Minister's response. I heard nothing from him in the House today on that matter. Well, I am asking. We would never have to ask if you had just told us. What I would say is this. And maybe when you clarify, you can explain. Only a cabinet can appoint a board to a public institution legitimately. The cabinet also sets the terms of those appointments, the duration for each member. Certain laws stipulate, as in this case, what the composition of the board should be. And truthfully, were there to be a non-disclosure agreement as a term of appointment for the board, it ought to properly to have come to a cabinet. Did it come to the cabinet? If not, who instituted it? And why did they institute it? Is it a fact? Or is somebody in the board telling a lie about it? The country needs to know. The fact of the matter is that this provision, which provision I might add, also came up in an instance, although it wasn't a board appointment, but it came up in relation to agreements arrived at in Petrojam, when you, Prime Minister, were also exercising supervisory powers over the ministry, if my memory is correct. It's slightly different, it is. But I think there is a principle which applies in each case. In matters that don't affect personal or commercial transactions and proprietary information which would affect a commercial transaction or matters of a national security nature, there is no place for non-disclosure agreements in public companies. No place for it. Absolutely no place. These are not in the public sector. It's a public business supposed to be known. It is the taxpayers who are in effect the shareholders in these companies, and they have a right to know. And so what could have taken hold of any public official? What could have taken hold of any public official to issue such a edict that there should be non-disclosure? And I asked the question based upon information, but I haven't confirmed. Did any members of the board asked to do this complain? Who did they complain to? Sometimes it's not clear because you have two ministers at the same time. All right, let me ask you, did anybody write you, Minister Samuda, complaining about the non-disclosure agreement? These are facts that we need to know. You know, let me say this. The Prime Minister today announced a new council. In effect, new governance arrangements for the CMU. Yet the essentials of the Auditor General's report have been available at least to the ministry from August. With respect, Prime Minister, there is no reason why this change in the governance arrangement should not have been made when the report came to attention first, because what it reveals is a gross dereliction of responsibility on the part of the council, on the part of the minister responsible. And I suspect, given the speed with which the minister was relieved of his responsibilities, there would have been some inkling before. There was some inkling, maybe abundance of evidence that something was rotten in the state of the CMU. It's not responsible. It's not a responsible exercise. And what we are seeing here is a disjuncture between the proclamations of the government and the Prime Minister about their commitment to transparency, to good governance, and it doesn't square with the actions of the government in relation to the management of this institution, in relation to the issue of Petrojam. For example, and I know it doesn't square with issues that we have raised earlier. What we seem to be facing is a systemic failure of government accountability across an entire range of ministries and agencies during the tenure of this administration. Going into the budget debate, at minimum, Mr. Speaker, I would expect that the PAC be asked to meet despite the House being prorogued, so that it can continue a detailed examination of how these breaches came about in the CMU and in the associated agencies which were being dealt with. I think we also must insist as well, since we're dealing with the overall system, that the Parliament should move immediately to appoint the oversight committee required by law to oversee the Integrity Commission, because there are things falling to the Integrity Commission. We need to know, for example, why is there a delay in prosecutions? We were told that in relation to Petrojam, prosecutions were recommended to the then acting director of corruption prosecutions. Nothing has happened. Months have passed. And Parliament, despite having a motion undermining to call for it, it hasn't been debated and no action has been done. Let us act now. Similarly, let us act on the MOCA regulations. Let us act on them now. If we're serious about fighting corruption, if we're serious about protecting the taxpayers' money, if we are serious as the Minister of Finance urged us to be this afternoon, to protect our reputation as a state given to proper oversight of financial flows and financial operations, then there should be no delay in acting on these matters. Likewise, there should be no delay in the suggestion made in sections of the press today that FID, Financial Investigation Division, be given strengthened investigative powers and arrest powers. Mr. Speaker, we cannot afford every few months to have reports of hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayers' money whittled and lost, while hospitals can't find dengue kits, while schools don't have enough chairs and desks, while students don't have enough books, and hundreds of millions of dollars being frittered away. And on what? Rum cream, jewelry, perfume, party, on yacht. Is not right, Mr. Speaker. We are not doing justice by the people of Jamaica. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, let me start with the non-disclosure issue. As I had said before, when I saw the report in the papers, and I can't rely in the Parliament on papers by virtue of our standing orders, but the report to me was shocking and strange. It was not my understanding that board members across government were required to sign non-disclosure agreements. I've never heard of it before. And Mr. Speaker, I have also said that I would have sought legal advice on the matter. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, I'm told that under the framework, the accountability framework, that boards are required to set up general policies about confidentiality, about disclosure of conflicts of interest, and some boards, and I'm being told that in the Ministry of Education, some boards are required to sign these NDAs, these non-disclosure agreements. So, Mr. Speaker, I've actually seen a copy of the NDA, but what I have done is to ask the Attorney General to look on the legality of this practice and to advise me. So before I go any further, I wish to inform the Parliament that the government is reviewing this practice. It is being reviewed, and this is the point. So the principle, Mr. Speaker, is that the challenge, well, there are two different NDAs, and I wouldn't want us to conflate the two. No, they're not the same, they're two different ones. But the principle, and why I have a particular concern, is that public boards are always that, public, and therefore they operate in the public's interest. And whenever there is a public interest consideration, there can be no thought of withholding information when there is a public interest consideration. Of course, if the board has to deal with someone's private medical records, for example, then of course you wouldn't expect that to be divulged. But it is best, and by virtue of how government operates, these matters have to be reviewed, and I've asked the Attorney General to review it, and I will come back to Parliament as soon as that review is done and give the necessary policy direction as it relates to removing that. I personally, even without the review of the Attorney General, I'm not comfortable with that being a part of the governance framework of boards. Mr. Speaker, the other issue which makes it a little bit, I've asked for that report. I did not get it in time for here, but there are other boards, but I don't have the list. But the reason why I was shocked and expressed shock is that from what was said in the paper, and I'm not saying what was said is true because that has to be established, but if it is the case that members were asked to sign after not having meetings for such a long time, then that in itself raises some concern. So we're not in any way, shape or form comfortable with that idea of NDAs. I've asked the Attorney General to review. She will advise me shortly, and then we will come to Parliament, as we did with the previous NDA, to establish how those could be used. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition raised issue to say that there is systemic corruption in the government. And breakdown of accountability. Mr. Speaker, I've been at pains to say that we have to be careful how we play politics with corruption. You know, and I've tried my best not to bring the conversation to that, where we start to trade corruption for corruption. And I really don't want to do that, because the Leader of the Opposition asked the question, why was the former minister dismissed, or why did he submit his resignation? And I thought to myself, which minister did that side dismiss? Tell me. Tell me now, which minister did that side dismiss for net serve? Which minister did that side accept resignation for the 360 megawatt project? Which minister? Tell me. Well, which one? So, you know, Mr. Speaker, I don't want us to go down that route. We don't need to.
Order, please.
What we need to do.
Order, please.
What we need to do, leader of the opposition. No, it's all right. You had your time. Mr. Speaker, last week I was very concerned about the House and the behavior in the House. I think we have a much better behavior today, and I don't want us to descend into last week's behavior. But I want us.
Order, Prime Minister, please address.
What I would want us to do, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure, and I listened very carefully to the presentation of the Leader of the Opposition, and he made valid and substantial points, and I wish to respond to them in that way. The problem that the society faces is that we are at a stage in our development where we have not fully, from the level of ministers, board members, civil servants, accepted the importance and macro criticality of governance. Because we still see it as limiting our political space to operate. Not recognizing that even though such rules and regulations will limit political space, it will improve the public's trust, it will improve transparency, and it will make governance, not just in the sense of governance meaning administration, but governance in the sense of getting the citizens to accept policy. It will make that process easier, and therefore it will make the job of us inside this room much easier. So I am in no way satisfied, comfortable. In fact, like you and all the outrage that has been expressed, I'm very disturbed by it. And you've asked the question, how could the cabinet not know? And this is a valid question that has to be asked and answered by the public, because the constitution of the country articulates a hierarchical structure of government, and it gives the cabinet of the country certain responsibilities, and it also sets limits on the various organs in the hierarchy as it ascribes duties and responsibilities. The cabinet's role is to set policy. It is the chief policy-making instrument of government. It also has a very important role in overseeing the implementation of the policy and in overseeing those who implement. Now, that role is also ascribed in a more detailed way to the permanent secretary and the civil service and the articulated statutory agencies. So they have a role too. Governance is the string that ties everything together, from the cabinet through to the permanent secretary, through to all the officers in the civil service, through to the boards, and to all the executive officers of the board. That thread of governance. When it is weak, if something happens at the level of a board, sometimes it doesn't get transmitted up, sometimes we don't know, but we also have independent processes of investigation, one of them being the Auditor General. And the Auditor General, I think all of us will agree in here, prepared a report that properly explained the breakdowns that occurred in the CMU. And we must now use that report, the Cabinet and this House, as a guide to correcting. But even before the Auditor General does her work, because her work is done on a routine, so you may, precisely, so it may be, it's on a cycle rather, so you may miss for years. So the government must be vigilant when these matters are brought to our attention. I want the country to appreciate that the Parliament also has a duty to ferret out these issues of malfeasance, misfeasance, undue influence, all forms of corruption. And the truth is that the committees have been working. We have seen instances where these things have been ferreted out, and the cabinet has to respond. Mr. Leader of the Opposition, the truth is that the government has responded. Yes, we're going to get beaten to say, you respond after the fact and you take time to respond. In some instances, well, it is always true that you're responding after the fact, and in some instances the response has been long. But the truth is, if you compare this government to any government that has gone before, we have been the most responsive government. In closing, Mr. Speaker, we have been the most responsive government in closing the loopholes that exist. If you do an examination of the Petrojam saga, you will see that this government went to great lengths to plug any loopholes in governance. And more than that, Mr. Speaker, we have come to this house. Hold on, no man. Hold on. We have come to this house, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please.
And we have passed the legislation which I explained in last year's budget debate about nomination, selection, and appointment of board members. The amendment, hold on, to the PBMA Act. Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that this is a very powerful piece of legislation which will transform the way in which public bodies are administered by virtue of the choices made to populate their boards. It is now in the Senate and should be passed in short order. That would put in place a whole new system of ensuring that the highest level of competence is selected and made available for the administration of public affairs. Mr. Speaker, I wish to agree with the Leader of the Opposition that it is now time to put in place the Oversight Committee of Parliament for the Integrity Commission. I previously took the view, and I will explain to the House why, that we should give the Integrity Commission the opportunity to fully establish itself without any interference in any shape or form from the government and the Parliament. And I took that opinion because, the Integrity Commission has to establish its own strong identity. And it cannot, and we should really try to avoid using any political influence to get it to act. The Commission itself, I am sure, recognizes the urgency of the problem. And from the perspective of the government, we have to be careful that there isn't an iota of a suggestion that we are in any way influencing them. However, the position of the opposition and the positions raised in certain quarters in the public, I believe I have to now pay attention to that perspective, that there probably now needs to be a review of the legislation, which is provided for in the legislation, in order to ensure that we actually have this very strong, independent, and transparent Integrity Commission. So I've given the direction to the House Leader to consult with the Leader of Opposition Business on that side to select the members for the committee. Hopefully we could get this established by next week, or maybe in the first week of the new Parliament, right, for the Oversight Committee. Mr. Speaker, you know, from my perspective, the CMU is a very important institution. And I believe we must do everything in our power to make sure that we reclaim the institution, improve its management structures, and ensure that this institution of great value is available for the generations to come.
Members, Mr. Bunting, 1 minute, please. This matter that is on the floor is a statement by Minister. The Leader of the Opposition, the Prime Minister, spoke for 35 minutes. The Leader of the Opposition was given 25 minutes, 24 minutes. Mr. Bunting is shadowing this portfolio. I've discussed with the opposition spokesperson. I'm going through all of this because we are not going to be having a debate on the Prime Minister's statement. Anybody who wants to ask, Mr. Tweet, stop challenge me. It does not suit you. I'm speaking, sir. Have a seat. Have a seat. I'm speaking.
So,
please,
may I reply to you?
Please have a seat. And while I'm speaking, please do not disturb me. The opposition spokesperson covering the thing, according to the standing order, should speak for 5 minutes. Although the Leader of the Opposition spoke, I see Mr. Bunting standing. Mr. Bunting will be permitted to speak his 5 minutes as he is the opposition spokesperson. Anybody else will ask a question. I will not interpret any more else. Mr. Bunting.
Thank you.
Order, please.
Allow me to start.
Order, please.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker.
Don't start until you're silent. Don't start speaking until you're silent. No, he's not even addressing. Sit down, Macron. Take your time. You won't count that in. You won't count that in the 5 minutes. Hold on, everybody.
Mr. Speaker, when I read the media report that the PM had expressed shock at the use of the NDAs, particularly since we had already grappled with this issue with Petrojam a year and a half or so ago, I couldn't help, as a movie buff, being reminded of the scene from the classic movie Casablanca, when Captain Renault, the prefect of police, exclaimed, "I am shocked to find that gambling is going on in Rick's Cafe," just as he pocketed his earnings for the evening. Mr. Speaker, what the Prime Minister has described as breakdowns of governance, is not a breakdown, but is really a deliberate design. The institution had no auditor. The council had no audit committee.
By design.
The ministry required no reports.
Deliberate.
And then, during the period of the biggest breaches, when a lot of the shenanigans took place, when the board was meeting and it returned, they were required to sign an NDA.
Disclosure agreement.
No, all these things are not breakdowns. They were deliberately designed to silence any potential whistleblower and to avoid
the revelations of the looting that was taking place. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister announced on March 20th that he had fired Ruel Reid, the Minister of Education, Youth and Information, and that he would start his own review. The OPM would start its own review of the ministries and agencies. So that's going on almost a year now. So, you know, there's nothing in the Auditor General's report that should really come as a complete surprise for the Prime Minister. And so we would expect him to be well along in implementing remedial measures. So we must ask, for example, the entire senior management of the CMU, with the exception of Dr. Pinnock, who is on garden leave of some sort. The entire senior management of CMU are still in place. The same ones who authorized unsupported payments to the value of hundreds of millions of dollars. The same ones who presided over procurement breaches totaling additional hundreds of millions of dollars. The same ones who engaged political cronies on staff in breach of HR policies without advertising or without interviews. The same ones who invited Logistics Company One, formed in February 2018, to beat these bids, to better these bids in March 2018, and who paid them 100% of the bid amount without documentation in April. Those persons are still in charge at the institution. Mr. Speaker, we must ask, is there no accountability? Are criminal sanctions the only thing? Criminal charges the only sanction?
No, not in
the law and the regulations provide for a tremendous range of administrative sanctions, and these should have been applied long ago, Mr. Speaker. Is Othniel Lawrence still being paid by the CMU? And what is he delivering now for the 10 months that it has been under the Prime Minister's stewardship? Will the students of Jamaica College get a full-time, permanently appointed principal? Or will the school and the students suffer indefinitely while Deputy Brogard sorts out his affairs? Mr. Speaker, will the needy students who want to attend the Caribbean Maritime University and for whom the Jamaica Maritime Institution Trust Fund was designed, 80% of the income was to go to help these students. Will the funds be returned to the purpose for which it was originally intended?
Never happened when you had it. Tell anyone that. When you had it, my case, it never happened.
Mr. Speaker, it is disappointing that the Prime Minister and apologists for the administration keep saying this is part of our culture. Things have happened before in history. Therefore, it's not so bad. Both sides have done it. Mr. Speaker, let him who is without sin cast the first stone was not an invitation for mediocrity or corruption.
we must not keep using that to justify inaction and justify the continuation, so that we keep coming here year after year, being confronted with equally embarrassing Auditor General's report or other independent investigations, and we do nothing about it. Mr. Prime Minister, I tabled some questions today, which will be due in 21 days. But if you have the information, I would ask that you answer it now. And I will withdraw the questions. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General's report is full of pseudonyms, logistics companies, 1, 2, 3, supplier, 7, etc. Would the Prime Minister disclose the names of all the persons who were responsible for awarding the contracts at CMU and those who received the contracts in excess of $1 million during that period of time, those identified in the report? Will the Prime Minister share with this Parliament the non-disclosure agreement that was required to be signed by members of the Caribbean Maritime University Council, and state which other agencies in the Ministry of Education or throughout the government have obliged the governing bodies to sign the same thing? Would the Minister indicate what are the contributions from the Heart Trust or the National Education Trust that have been contributed to the activities or programs over which the Caribbean Maritime University exercise control? And the final two questions. The Prime Minister in his statement outlined very carefully the categories of each newly appointed member of the Council, the category in which they fit as prescribed by law, by the CMU law. Could he tell us within which of those categories was the former Council chairperson, Mrs. Hyacinth Bennett? Where did she fall? I know you don't want to look back. And finally, Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister confirm whether buildings owned by senior officials in CMU and the Ministry are used to house CMU students who are transported to the campus by buses owned or contracted by CMU on a daily basis? Can the PM further confirm whether these arrangements between the owners and CMU in this matter are consistent with the procurement guidelines or any conflict of interest guidelines? Thank you.
Professor.
Mr. Trade. Order,
Mr.
please.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have 4 questions.
Mr. Trade, your mic.
Turn it on. Mr. Speaker, will... Can I go ahead, Horace?
Order, please.
Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister state whether Mrs. Gail Dunwell Campbell is still a consultant with either or both the Ministry of Education, any of its agencies, and this Caribbean Maritime University? Mr. Speaker, Gail Campbell Dunwell, is she still a consultant with either or both the Ministry of Education or the Caribbean Maritime University? Second, Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister acknowledge or deny the statement made by a very prominent official of the shipping industry that members of the private sector who became aware of the situation at the Caribbean Maritime University offered to come in and to assist with, in his words, cleaning up the mess, and were refused permission to do so by the board that was meeting 11 times in the ensuing months. Further, will the Prime Minister acknowledge that having regard to the level of financial transactions itemized by the Auditor General, has he made any inquiries? Has he come to any conclusion as to where that money came from what sources, and if so, can he itemize them? And can the Prime Minister also answer, how could so much money have been spent without the Ministry's knowledge, and in all of this, when the Prime Minister has made the statement and all of the corrective measures, can he tell us what is singularly absent from his statement? How did all this happen, sir? You want to answer one? All right, okay, no problem.
Mr. Speaker, the specific questions asked by the members, I am going to be very cautious in giving you answers without first having the benefit of having them being examined by the Permanent Secretary, and for me to be advised as to whether or not there could be any contravention of the long-standing sub judice rules. So I'm going to ask both members who have raised specific questions to forego my answers today. And for the member from Central Manchester, I will look forward to your question when you table it at question time. And I would suggest the same of the member from Central Kingston as well. So that I respect the sub judice rule and I'm given an opportunity to inform myself.
There you go. Mr. Speaker, the name brand of the CMU has been damaged. The morale of the staff and the students have also been impacted in a negative way. What will be done to restore the confidence of the university and the morale of the teachers and the students?
Be quiet. Prime Minister. Prime Minister. Prime Minister. Can you say if the CMU had or have a procurement committee? One, do they have a principal procurement officer? Two, who signed off on the payment, as you mentioned on page 8, the procurement of the sandwich panels and approval for direct contracting constitutes a breach at this level of procurement, should have come, as this level of procurement should have come to Cabinet for approval rather than money being paid out without due procedures. Could you say who authorized the payment of the 100% without a contract in place as reported by the Auditor General and without the proper documentation?
All right. Member, I am told that during the period under the audit that there was not a procurement committee, and there was not a principal procurement officer. This, however, I would want to verify. I am told now that there is such a procurement committee in place and there is a procurement officer in place. But again, I would want to give the permanent secretary an opportunity to verify. We could have this answer for you at the next meeting. Right? This is what the permanent secretary has told me. I just want to be sure. Now, as it relates, remember these are positions that the board would appoint. Right.
And who would have signed off on procurement?
Oh, I'm coming. I'm coming. So the question asked by the member from Northern Clarendon is who would have given the approval to pay the funds without reference to the cabinet? I think that's what you would want to know. Member, I would want to It is something, as I've said before in answer to the leader of the opposition. In particular on this matter, I have great concerns. And I think the Auditor General has been very careful in the audit in throwing up the weakness. There are certain matters now which are before the courts, and I would want to be very careful with what I've said. But I'm certain that these matters will come out in the due and proper course of public administration.
Mr. Speaker, through you. Prime Minister.
Mr. Phillips.
The member from Central Kingston asked about the Gail Campbell Dunwell.
Order, please. Go ahead, Mr. Phillips.
If her contract is still in place. And you stood up earlier and spoke about your proactiveness of dealing with the issues at the CMU. But if we're to go back, as the leader of the opposition asked, why was it that you accepted the resignation of the then Minister of Education? And I imagine the whole country would want to know, because if it is that you had forward information on the CMU and you accepted his resignation, not only from the cabinet, but also from the Senate, and we are having contracts with individuals like Gail Campbell Dunwell, which was signed by the CMU in January of 2018. In the report, and even during the deliberations of the PAAC, which was from about March last year, a lot of the things that you are now bringing to the House in your statement could have been done during the period, right? But up to October last year, we were told by the acting permanent secretary, or permanent secretary now, that the contract with Gail Dunwell, who got 70% of the contract sum, a 2-year contract, was paid in less than 1 year. Now it has been verified by the Auditor General in her report that they can't verify the sums that they claim that she had collected that came to the CMU. So, you know, even though we're talking about stemming the whole perception and everything, if we are not firm on our actions, then the country and others may think that we are not serious in dealing with the issue of corruption. But I want to move a little further, Prime Minister, because the former president of the CMU did not act alone in a lot of, well, he's still employed to the CMU. Right? That is Professor Pinnock. Yes, right? But in the instance of now, if we're going to talk about dealing with governance issues, at the CMU. There are others who have been put in senior positions now who have been complicit with a lot of what has been happening. And I make mention of the acting president now, whose signature was on documents requesting funds from the canteen account to pay the consultants. Do you think in hindsight, you have the financial controller who signed off invoices, who had to deal with payments that we are now questioning? So do you think, Prime Minister, in hindsight, that a clean slate should be at least put in place, the management, until a lot of these issues have been ventilated, not only in the courts, but by even the committee, the PAC, when they see the report?
Mr. Speaker, the questions asked by the member from Northwest Manchester, Central Kingston, and the member from Central Manchester are all valid questions, but I'm significantly constrained in my response. I will say this, however, that yes, I agree that we should have a new slate of management as quickly as possible. Problem with that statement is that there is a process, and we have to abide by process, and we can't just dismiss. There is an administrative process, and if we were to violate that administrative process, this very side would be pointing to us not following the rules as it relates to HR. So, Mr. Speaker, it is I totally agree with the public perception that you would need, especially at the senior level, but the point of fact is we have to follow procedure.
In this case, Prime Minister.
Member, please keep your question
I'm just
to
following
the
up with a
statement
it is the
Minister
statement,
and not the other report.
But in this case, Prime Minister, you have moved the individual from a deputy president to now acting president. So I am saying that in all that has transpired, even if there was a different acting president for the time being, I'm not saying that he's guilty of anything, but in due process, just a due process.
Again, I will stress that the observations and the questions are valid, but I would wish the member to appreciate that, one, the CMU Act limits us as to what we can do and who is actually appointed. Some of the positions are ex officio positions, so persons who hold positions are automatically appointed. I want you to bear that in mind, but that is a part of the issue as well. And we are severely limited in some regards as to what we can do in terms of the HR perspective. Again, just to say, I'm in total unison with the outlook, but the challenge would be the process and procedures that we are bound to follow.
Mr. Speaker, the reputation of the institution has fallen, and the morale of the students are now very low. What I want to find out, in my own constituency, there are students. Mr. Speaker, in my own constituency, and I'm speaking as a member of Parliament, there are a number of students who I would have assisted through the Constituency Development Fund to the institution. And what I know, Mr. Speaker, is that they are not very happy. In fact, some of them are even seeking to applying for other institutions. Is there any program in place to help these students to get over their the state of mind, Mr. Speaker, and whether or not there is any kind of a counseling program. I just want to find out. I really believe the Prime Minister can answer that one.
Mr. Speaker, again, it's a valid question. I do know that the Minister with oversight for the education portfolio visited the CMU, met with the student body. They had a very good discussion. I would allow you to just tell the Minister.
Listen,
oh, is that your duty?
It's not my day. I was going to repeat. That's not my day. It's not my day today. When I come to talk, you will hear me clearly and understand. But, Mr. Speaker, the evening is rushing ahead, and we need to have important business to look about. So, what question?
Order, please.
The CMU, I met with the CMU, and I met with the student body. I have interacted with them. I met with the entire teaching staff, and what you are talking about is totally not so. The students are buoyant. They are concerned, naturally, like anybody would be. The teachers too. But when I left there, they were buoyant, enthusiastic, looking forward to the future, and they are satisfied with the moves that we have taken so far. Those are the facts.
Dr. Chang. Dr. Chang. Dr. Chang. Dr. Chang. You have a question for the Prime Minister?
Prime Minister, I heard your response to a few of my members regarding some specific questions about happenings at the CMU. But I want to be very clear. Simply, in March 2019, when the then Minister of Education demitted office, did you ask for his resignation as minister, or did he offer you the resignation? Specifically.
Mr. Speaker, I had a discussion with the minister. The minister presented me with his resignation, and I accepted it.
Now I have a couple of follow-up questions to that. Yes, Mr. Prime, I want to be clear. No, I have been through much of this at the PAC, and I've not gotten clear answers. But because you are the minister in charge, I know you are capable of giving full clarity to anything that was not clear. Prime Minister, when he offered you the resignation, did you seek from him an account of what transpired in the ministry and the CMU that would cause him to offer his resignation?
Mr. Speaker, again, I am going to respect the long-standing protocol as it relates to respecting matters that are before the courts, this House respecting the co-equal arm of government. So, Mr. Speaker, I do not wish to go any further down that road.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I'm not asking the Prime Minister for the details of what he gave. I simply asked, did you seek from him an account of what transpired at the ministry and the CMU that would cause him to give you his resignation?
In my first response to your question, I said I had a discussion with the minister. I accepted his resignation. Upon accepting his resignation, I took over the ministry. I asked Minister Samuda to give direct oversight. We both went down to the ministry and we conducted what I like to call a discovery exercise, seeing that we don't have the powers to investigate. But to fulfill our ministerial duties, we went there, we asked questions, we looked at files. I asked the permanent secretary, who we had recently appointed to give me a full report on what is happening in the Ministry of Education so that I could determine whether or not there was any widespread breakdown in administration in the ministry.
Okay, I moved down from March to August. At that time, much have been said about the irregularities in the ministry and at the CMU. In August, the Auditor General presented a draft report of the audit. Prime Minister, did you obtain, in light of what transpired that caused the resignation to come in effect in March, when the Auditor General report was prepared in August?
Minister, Mr. Jackson, we have been doing very well. Question the Prime Minister and his statement. Please, everybody has been doing well so far. Do not go into the audit report. We laid that with certain restrictions. Please.
Mr.
Anything
Speaker,
that the Prime Minister say here, question him on
Mr.
that.
Speaker, I'm dutifully respecting.
I have his report before me, and you have it.
I am dutifully respecting.
Go ahead,
that.
question him on
I
his
am not
statement.
asking about the content of the report. It's the processes to which the Prime Minister gave a lengthy report, and from the CMU started to now. I'm simply asking, Mr. Prime Minister, when you got when the Auditor General draft report became available, did you seek sight of that report in light of the fact that the minister had to resign earlier in March?
Prime Minister, before you answer that, we are not discussing the audit report. Unless that was in your presentation, you cannot and should not answer that.
It was in a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to be clear, because I have the question, a similar question was asked of me in the public domain, and I gave an answer to a journalist, and that was in the public domain. I will simply repeat my answer. When the preliminary report was made available to the Permanent Secretary, my answer to the journalist on Sunday was that it was made available with restrictions, the restriction being that it should not be shared. So there was, I use the term embargo, others may use restriction. The Permanent Secretary faithfully followed that direction. I could not tell you that the Permanent Secretary, the reasons behind her following it faithfully. We asked questions, myself and Minister Samuda, regarding what was in the report. The Permanent Secretary, as I said, was very faithful in not disclosing. And you could understand, and I could understand, why she faithfully kept that direction, having regard to the matter possibly going before a court. So, in any event, we were already on a path doing our own work. And the Permanent Secretary, when we said, look at event X or look at concern Y, she would also say, we need to look at A, B, and C. So we worked collaboratively together, what we saw versus the advanced information that she would have had from having sight of the report. And I believe that we have sufficiently addressed most, if not all, of the points raised in the report, as far as we are administratively provisioned to do.
Prime Minister, outside of the persons that are before the courts now, the Auditor General report speaks of a number of breaches. The leader of the opposition alluded to them, and others. Those persons who have been party to the breaches that have taken place, have steps been taken to take action against any of those staff members at the CMU who were party to the breaches which will constitute procedural requirements within the then existing governance structure?
It's a very very good question, member, and I'm going to have to be very careful in answering you because I don't want to prejudice ongoing investigations. And I think, having said that I don't believe we should take it that the investigations are closed. Okay, and so I'm constrained, and I don't want to say more than that.
Dr. Chang.
Mr. Speaker, if I could just ask one question of the Prime Minister arising from his statement. One very quick question. Prime Minister, will you assure this House that the government members of the PAC will facilitate the expeditious review of the Auditor General's report on the CMU? We will be meeting tomorrow. We'll be meeting tomorrow to finish some unfinished business which is on the agenda, and I intend to propose to the members that we proceed to deal with the Auditor General's report on CMU thereafter. And I'll ask if you would assure us that the government members will cooperate with that so we can deal with it on a timely basis.
It is with great ease that I give the assurance, because it is in the interest of the government to have this matter dealt with very quickly.
Dr. Chang.
When I cut it short. Mr. Speaker, look, I can't keep changing it. Mr. Speaker, let me just play. This is the pre-SOE. Mr. Speaker, my intention to give a Senator report on activities of security this afternoon. But I in fact break from the script to begin by making comments on a matter that has been raised several times in the House over the last few days, namely the status of MOCA. The major organized crime and anti-corruption agency is a critical agency designed to deal with intelligence and anti-corruption in the country. There has been significant delay in bringing the regulations to the House. I think it is my response to outline to this House the efforts that have been made and why we are here where we are. But to indicate that the agency continues to do excellent quality work in the area designed to work. The legislations was started, in fact, by the previous government, and in fact initiated, and the actual drafting, the policy guideline, the policy advice and the drafting was done by a contracted individual who was in fact paid for by one of our partners, so this was viewed as a significant new direction. The incoming government continued with that same professional, highly respected and capable individual, so I have no complaints. It took approximately 2 years, just over 2 years, to bring that legislation to the House. I brought it back in November of last year. This very same individual was engaged by this government to prepare the regulations. There was no change in policy or direction. Those regulations are taking some time to bring here. She's still working at it. I'm sure they should have stopped giving deadlines. They are now on their last round at with the AG department. The MOCA legislation is a fairly new piece of legislation. It was moving to create a law enforcement agency out of a special squad that was in the special investigative squad within the police force, and seen as being of a high quality, vetted professionals that will be independent of any pressure, of the executive. The legislation was so drafted, but I should comment, I'd first give you an outline of the work, that there was some significant policy shifting because it was new and different directions came out which reached the legislative arm of government, the legislative drafts of legislation. Initially, I understand that, and I was there then, that it should have been developed as primarily an intelligence agency, a civilian intelligence agency, independent of with a certain level of autonomy. During that discussion, it was moved to focus more on corruption issues. Of course, there's a significant difference, I know, understanding law between an intelligence agency, which we need, as opposed to a law enforcement agency. And therefore, in the drafting of the legislation, there was some complexity and created some issues as well, which we are still seeking to solve. Having had that kind of conflict, which I will be willing to explain further, we then went on to draft regulations. And there's again, and the member from Central Manchester was very involved in this, and it was an excellent effort, but I said the conflicting signals at the beginning, which was not intention to create any confusion, but the difference between a law enforcement agency and an agency that is intelligence, more like a statutory body, is quite significant in law, and therefore it created some challenges. And in doing the regulation, we still have some challenges, which have been taking an extremely long time. I've been assured by the individuals who have been working at it that we'll get it now. And I want to assure you that much work was done. On several occasions, the drafter and the staff of the CPC, the staff of the AG's department, the staff of the ministry, and the MOCA itself have met on many weekends, seeking to resolve it, that we can bring it to the House in an order that is appropriate. I gather that we're at the last round. I too am concerned that it's taking so long because we need this agency to be standing on its own. What I can assure the House, I can assure this House that this minister has had no interference in the work of the agency. We have allowed them to work autonomously, but it in fact is providing some pressures on the agency which cannot retain its ongoing experienced investigators because they are concerned that they are not sure where they're going. However, there is a budget, it's allocated. There are some recommendations for salary structure that we expect to prove attractive, and I'm expecting this to be executed quickly at this point. But that's taken a long time because there were some challenges in initiating new legislation and creating a new agency that was so specialized and in its nature. Currently, the agency, despite of its size and the limitations on its autonomy, the legislative autonomy, they have 280 cases before the court. MOCA does not go advertising its work, of which 15 are considered major cases. 6 are currently being tried. In addition to that, they are actively investigating 71 cases, of which 8 are considered major complex cases. So they are doing their work, they are doing it quietly and effectively, and they are bringing their case to court, and I expect them to be successful in prosecuting the case. And they will, in fact, emerge as our premier anti-corruption intelligence gathering agency. And they have a team of extremely highly qualified, capable, young Jamaican professionals, members of the police force and others recruited from the civilians who are working assiduously in anti-corruption, intelligence gathering, and in the cyber area. So I'm confident we'll get it here, and I want to reassure the members of the House the government is as concerned as those who have expressed concern on that side about getting MOCA fully operational as quickly as possible. The Speaker, I said that was in fact a part of my report, but I thought I'd bring it early in the presentation because of the question being asked and the need to reassure the country that MOCA is functioning and will be given its full legislative status in very short order. The Speaker, the fact is that the country is at a state where we have maybe stabilized. We have stabilized the macroeconomic issues, and therefore crime has risen to the very top of the ladder as a concern in the society. The level of criminality did not appear overnight, and we are therefore facing today is a direct result of long-term neglect of our security forces since over many years. In fact, the rate of homicides and violent crime has risen at almost an exponential rate over the last 40 years. That's just a fact of history. The fact is our security forces were not given the opportunity to evolve into a modern law enforcement organization with the capacity to tackle the kind of 21st century criminals that exist today. They had to rely on skeletal resources, run-down facilities, and antiquated and old systems. Previous governments have failed the security forces, and indeed they have failed Jamaica. That is why we are experiencing the level of crime we have in Jamaica today. This government, led by this Prime Minister, has taken a policy decision to invest in our security forces and to ensure that strategic investment started as soon as we start in 2016. And over the last 4 years, we have invested the significant sums in preparing the security force to be in a position to ensure the safety and security of our people. Police stations were run down, unsuitable for effective policing. Many of the facilities presented a risk to the safety and well-being of the very officers who were stationed there. The spaces were unwelcoming to the general public who visit the stations. The telecommunication network was severely compromised.
Dr. Chang, could you give us a few seconds? The time is now 7:20.
Sure.
The Minister may wish to.
I move, Mr. Speaker, that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 to complete the business of the day.
Those in favor? Those against? Go ahead, Dr. Chang.
Thank you. The fleet of motor vehicles used by the police was old and unreliable. This was compounded by having some 16 models within the fleet, which provided a nightmare for those who were taking to maintain them. The work of the force was further constrained by a dated legislative framework, uncertainty around promotion and professional development, and unpredictable recruitment. While the force was allowed to experience deterioration in its capacity, the criminals took advantage of the situation. They expanded into transnational criminal enterprises, secured international criminal partners for their nefarious activities, and in fact resulted in significant increase in homicides across the country. When the government took office in 2016, faced with these well-financed criminal networks who at times had significant improvement on technology over the police, the Jamaica Consular Force at that time, as our premier law enforcement agency, had severe deficiencies, and we therefore had to invest heavily in the security forces. It is appropriate to point out that for fiscal year 2016-17, we invested $2.5 billion, and in a way, we doubled the investment annually. In 2017-18, we went to $5.5 billion. In 2018-19, we did $11.1 billion, and over the course of 2019-20, we did some $20.2 billion. This level of investment reflects our commitment to building a security force that can ensure the safety of the well-being of Jamaican citizens. We need a strong, capable, well-resourced, adequately equipped, technology-driven security force that are capable of tackling the criminals and reducing crime in a sustainable manner. Episodes with strong squads have proven with different governments inadequate. Their impact is momentary and short-lived. The role of the government is to save lives a matter of urgency, and that is what we're doing with enhanced security measures. So today I will outline and report to the country how we have spent this year's capital of $21 billion. I'll demonstrate how we have prepared the security force to be in a position to ensure the safety and security of our people. Police stations were run down, effective police affecting the effectiveness of police. So for fiscal year 2019-20, we're on target to complete renovations on some 43 police facilities. So far we have completed renovation work on 24 police stations, 19 are currently in progress, and work is set to commence at another 17 facilities during the course of the next financial year. By the end of this financial year, we would have impacted some 149 of the 186 police stations island-wide. In addition to the budgetary allocation, we are partnering with We have made strategic partnership with other agencies. The Jamaica Social Investment Fund are improving 8 stations across the island. Franklin Town, Spanish Town, Lockup, Bogwalk, Denham Town, Four Parts, Lionel Town, Mount Salem, and Adelphi. Meanwhile, the National Housing Trust is working partially where they have spent significant sums on housing in order to ensure that there will be adequate safe policing in those areas. And the Port Antonio station now 87% complete. The Buff Bay station is 60% complete. Olympic Gardens is 46% complete. And we will launch this beginning of construction on the Port Murray Divisional Headquarters, St. Mary Divisional Headquarters, very soon. In fact, in this month. Work will be done. These were done on the basis of an engineering review of all our stations across the island to see what was necessary. Frome, Lacovia, Little London, Anchovy, and Stony Hill, and Summit facilities will follow fast. We're also taking on board a recommendation made some time ago by Professor Clayton, who reviewed the last strategic review, which indicated that we're spending some US $3 million a year on rental in the corporate area. Therefore, we'll be moving to establish a corporate center, police headquarters, with offices for the commissioner and the various non-geographic formations located in the corporate area. This will not only provide a large centralized headquarters for communication, coordination, and management, but will contribute to the process of the redevelopment of our city. We anticipate construction, of course, will begin very soon on the Westmoreland and St. Catherine Divisional Headquarters. St. Mary said we have launching already. All right? Ground was broken for that. We begin construction. I want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that we are doing 2 things that are different. We are not only refurbishing station, we are redesigning the station to be more customer friendly and functional. Even small stations. We visited Bogwalk recently and you go there, it has a reception area, not a guard room. It's a lobby for those who come in, workstation, and behind the workstation, private areas where you can have, individuals can have private interview. This is critical, especially with a high level of domestic violence in our country, where when there is such a report coming in, oftentimes the female who is being abused is followed by the male who stands behind them, cussing them, abusing them at the very police station there. We have to change that policy. But also for people who may wish to give confidential information, they have to stand in a guard room where everybody, in a small, narrow, frightening guard room. That we are changing, and it requires the investment of significant sums in our police stations to get done. But we are not just investing for today or to impress anyone because of certain activities coming up. We are investing for the country. We are investing. We have put in place for the first time a facilities management program. Because under the traditional system, police stations had no preventive maintenance program. It made some of our police officers literally beggars in the district. If they want a chair and they ask for it, it never got to where it should go. Because a policeman writes a letter, the sergeant signs it, it goes to an inspector somewhere, inspector sends it to a superintendent. Before you know it, it dropped in somebody. We'll pick up, we're going to Kingston to go there, and the chair never gets there. The refrigerator never replaced, all of that. What we're doing is putting in place a modern facilities maintenance program based on the new communication system, which is based online. That it will be a program modeled on other maintenance program called iRequest. Whether you ask for repairs to the roof or for a chair for the front office, it gets recorded, it goes through in real time to the center. But critically, even the minister or the commissioner can monitor the track of what's happening. And when the request is made, based on the maintenance program or what is requested, there will be a time frame set. And when the time is exceeded, it will be flagged. So any member of the ministry can get and look at the program and say, this has been delayed, X or Y, what's the problem? We are redesigning the police station to be modern, equipped working offices, for quality workspaces that will increase the morale of our officers, give confidence to the general public, and who may wish to seek assistance or provide information to the police. While we do this, Mr. Speaker, we understand we will need additional human resources. The police is certainly understaffed at this point in time. In order to be fully effective, we have to expand the numbers. And we are moving aggressively, but in a positive way at this point in time. By the end of the next financial year, we expect to be turning out about 1,600 basic officers. We have expanded National Police College, and we have required Tranquility Bay to add another campus. We have not, and we are repairing and redeveloping Harman Barracks. We have not moved as far as to recruit because we have gone through a program of training trainers so that the officers who are doing the training will be men who are trained in the new culture of the police. The men have been trained, and the training will be a structured program. I think now you spend 4 months residential, then a number of months on the street, another 4 months, and you continue in-service training. There will be specialized training for officers, but I can give you the exact sequence. The police high command is responsible for operational matters, and I leave to their decision, and I'm satisfied they feel that the program they are following will give them strong, young professional officers. Before we have adopted this trainer for training methodology. We are therefore creating policemen who will be in a situation where they are, as I say, immersed in policing, and they are being immersed in a new culture that will, of course, not only give them the competency and proficiency in policing specifically, but will have skills training areas such as mediation, customer service, and respect for human rights. In this way, we are broadening and strengthening their law enforcement capacity. We're investing in their human rights, not just the physical, human resources, not just the physical structures. But, Mr. Speaker, we will not wait on the time it takes to increase our force from 1,200, when in fact 11,400 to 16,000. That will take some time to get quality police officers to that number. So we have to introduce other areas to expand it. We are going to increase the capacity, and we are just 11,600 thing. We need 16 to 18,000. We will not wait until we get to that number to assure the people of this country that we can give them quality policing. We are going to increase the capacity and efficiency of the current force through technology and science. The government is investing heavily in the use of modern technology to support the work of the police and improve their efficiency in solving crime. We not only have a facilities maintenance program. Over the period of financial year 2019-20, we have completed the technical audit of all the CCTV cameras, solar systems, and networking connection. We have established an island-wide CCTV monitoring capability of the police, emergency control center, and with the Jamaica Defence Force. We have also completed the construction of new CCTV centers in a number of towns, including Spanish Town, and upgraded and under-standardized the Constabulary Force's CCTV monitoring facilities with additional servers, video walls, and security systems. In the coming weeks, we will complete the replacement of all outdated CCTV cameras that were installed prior to the Jamaica Eye project. We have also been installing additional CCTV cameras in high-priority strategic locations across Kingston, Maypen, Horace, Negril, Montego Bay, and Mandeville. In fact, we will pause here. Just last week, we would have seen where cameras connected to the Jamaica Eye project were essential to the almost immediate identification of the motor vehicle that was used to mow down a police officer while on duty, find the vehicle and its owner, and then apprehend the miscreant who was driving the vehicle. This kind of senseless attacks, as part of what happened in the public space, must be dealt with. This unfortunate occurrence, however, demonstrates the accuracy and effectiveness of using CCTV cameras to expand the capacity of the police force and its efficiency. We're investing in the enhancement of the investigative capacity of the force. In April, we'll be expanding the video storage and processing servers to ensure the capacity to handle video feeds, and I think the public have been awaiting this. As of April, we'll have expanded the capacity in servers, processing servers, to ensure they can handle video feeds from all parishes as we seek to expand to the small rural towns that are sometimes targeted by acquisitive criminals, and private video contributors who have been asking from the announcement, as well as configure advanced video analytic features. I want to remind the public that in the interim, as they may seek to install cameras and await the availability of the access, they should consult Jamaica Eye website, www.jamaicai.gov.jm, for information on camera specifications. If you use the wrong cameras, it will not be able to use the video feeding evidence. So through the use of cutting-edge technology and science as a force multiplier, we're increasing the capacity of a police force to disrupt crime and apprehend criminals. Police stations will be connected by fiber, LTE, and microwave. They'll have computers, CCTV support, and for the first time, we are getting rid of the big book, station diary, and put in place an electronic diary. We have bright young professionals to manage these facilities. They have been talking for this for years, but we are getting it done. We are procuring them. They're in fact going through the procurement process. Yes, so by the middle of this year, you should have them being installed and tested. In the middle of the next financial year. Another addition, what I'm particularly pleased to introduce today is a multi-purpose handle device that we have procured for the police that will give the policeman on the beat actual access. Because I want to demonstrate to the country that we are beyond announcement. This, Mr. Speaker, this will now become the policeman's most important tool, not a 9mm. We give policemen 9mm and send them on the street, and when they attack and they shoot somebody, we lock them up. It was unfair to the police officers or young professionals. This equipment is a Motorola 11 Lex 2. This is a Motorola 11 Lex 2, which has the capacity to connect with the microwave system. It has smartphone capabilities, and to be used, it will carry a decibel meter that will allow them to monitor public conduct and noise at all times of the day. It has built into it the capacity to write traffic tickets on this equipment, and it is recorded, the ticket real time, connected. We have 100 operations, we have ordered 1,200. Right. We have, you can get one, the printer can be in the car, and it can be installed on a new belt that the police will give them, a new uniform, and when they stop a traffic ticket, they print the ticket and hand it to them immediately. Right? That means in correcting the ticket management traffic ticketing system, will do so effectively and well, and it will make a significant contribution to public order. This equipment, I would ask the superintendent to demonstrate, will be the most important tool in the policeman's armamentarium. It has immediate connection, it has it has video conferencing as well, so they can identify not only the license plate, but some of the wanted individuals. They will be able to bring it up here. It will have direct connection to the police database by the men on patrol in the streets. Right? We start with that. There'll be more. There'll be more. We have already announced we'll be testing them and moving to them. What we are doing is equipping our constabulary force with crime-fighting equipment for the 21st century. It is part of rebuilding and repositioning our Jamaica constabulary force. We are giving the policemen and women the requisite tool to carry out their duties with increased efficiency. So, Mr. Speaker, police officers are now able to, as I said, write tickets electronically, and we are not, and in pursuing this, we are in fact concluding discussion with the court management system, tax office, e-gov has been very helpful, and of course the Island Traffic Authority to ensure that the entire ticket management system will be settled and improved, and we can get the indiscipline off the roads of Jamaica. The microwave system, when next you leave downtown to go home and leave late for your son, you're going to make sure they not only write it and you drive through the red light and meet you at the gate with the ticket. Because this will give the address as well of the owner of the vehicle. Right? If they have additional tickets, it will be recorded. So we can check on all of that. That's the purpose of modernizing investing in our police force. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, I would comment it to the conduct of the microwave system, but that system has been significantly compromised over the years. We are now upgrading the system. In fact, we are putting in place an additional 90 sites. That too is currently in procurement. I'm not waiting there. We have budgeted. It's going there. Contract will be, and when the contracts come to you, it will be announced among the decisions of the cabinet. A microwave system, that is the police radar system. We'll be replacing antennas, transmission lines, improving quality coverage, and we'll be connecting the station by fiber as well so that the electronic station dials can function effectively, and where the fiber is not available, we will LTE and other communications available in the country. Mr. Speaker, I'm emphasizing these as we know we have other debates today, because I have to demonstrate that the money, taxpayers' money, are being put in expended on critical equipment, many of them high cost, but they're doing so to create a police force that have the capacity to deal with modern criminals today. The next most important factor in having an efficient police force is mobility. The capacity of the police force to move quickly and efficiently is critical to the success of their operations. We are acquiring a new fleet of motor vehicles and motorbikes. Law enforcement practitioners and scholars will tell you that a police force should not operate with more than 4 brands of vehicles at any one time. The Jamaica Constabulary Force has more than 16 different brands of vehicles in its fleet. This makes for a maintenance nightmare, so we had to correct that. But at a stage when they got vehicles from different people, some were given to them as charity, and they have whatever they could get, they take whatever they could get. But a reliable, properly maintained fleet of vehicles is critical to effective policing. We have already provided near 400 vehicles, and we will continue to pursue on an annual basis additional to the fleet. The police received 298 motor vehicles and 90 motorbikes in 2018-19. So far this year, the police has received 104 motor vehicles and 80 motorbikes. Additional 43 vehicles will be handed over in March and another 64 in April, and the procurement of last year. And we'll be moving a bit faster in New Year as we can. The last set of vehicles being procured was done on specifications done by the police, and a reference of proposal advertised, and the bidders were made, and we accepted the bids by public bidding, by public tender. The motorbikes are proved critical, especially in the urban areas. We look towards getting different vehicles for the rural areas as well, where pre-last will be a problem. When the urban centers, one of the new strategic features of the police was introduced in the Montego Bay area, which was to develop a quick response motorcycle-based team. Motorcycles were mended with slide bars so that they could stop and move fast without injuring the police or damaging the bike, and they have proved particularly effective as a deterrence in the urban centers. We intend to expand the team across the island. The small team in Montego Bay, it is noted that in their first 19 days of operation, there was not a single shooting downtown Montego Bay. And I will give the statistics in the region that show the impact they have had in the entire area, both pre-SOE, during the first period of the state of public emergency, and the last 3 months since the quick response team have been available and moving. highly trained, efficient, fast-moving, quick-draw, capable but responsible professionals in the police force. But again, Mr. Speaker, we're not only buying vehicles and giving to the police. There are always charges of policemen abusing vehicles, driving too fast, they're crashing regularly, and they are poorly maintained. So we are in the process of putting in place an effective fleet management system. We are using a software based on the Amber Connect system, which includes a vehicle tracking system as well as a maintenance schedule component. So vehicle tracking not only tells where the vehicle is, but whether it needs servicing, how much gas it needs, how fast it is being driven. The system will lead to effective management of the vehicles as we build out a sustainable and reliable fleet. Through the system, senior officers will be able to monitor and hold patrol officers accountable for the use of the vehicles. We will not, in fact, enforce the 40-mile limit that the JDF has done on their vehicle. Right? which is because they have the armor system, they can tell when the vehicle exceeds their direction. In addition to managing vehicles efficiently, we will having discussion with the Ministry of Finance to look at new policy guidelines for police vehicles. Currently, we can anticipate that even with such a system in place, when the vehicles get old and dilapidated, they get parked at the station as alongside the seized vehicles, which creates quite a difficult environment. There is the possibility for motor vehicles to be written off for a period of 5 years, and at which point you can sell them based on the value agreed and possibly give first right of refusal to the users. But the intention is to have them removed from the police fleet at a price, and you can continue renewal of the fleet on an annualized basis. So we're not only seeking to replace the critical police, so we are seeking not only to replace these critical police resources for the short term, we are preparing the force to effectively interrupt crime today in order to sustain and reach a crime-free Jamaica. We are invested in the physical working condition of the force. We have invested extensively in modern time. You track them wherever they are. If they drive out to St. Thomas, we know they're in St. Thomas. If they go to Maypen instead, we know where they are. We will not use them to tell you that they visited a girlfriend instead of going on duty. But we'll know that. Joining Mr. Speaker, we have invested in the physical working conditions. We have invested extensively in modern technology, and we have put in place a modern fleet. We are putting in place appropriate maintenance programs. The country can be confident we'll have a police force that will be well managed, efficiently operated, will be able to reduce criminal activity. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, I must add two other features. What the Institute of Forensic Science and Legal Medicine is now up and running, equipped with an extreme modern ballistic center, forensic ballistic center, which has done excellent work. The DNA registry and DNA database now operational. In fact, I'd like to say to the House that in the St. James Circuit Court recently, of 50 convictions, which was a high rate of conviction for the police department, some 60% involved the use of DNA, including a very dangerous criminal who had killed the witness. But we had, under the New Evidence Act, the witness statement was recorded appropriately and used, and in fact we had a full case for major crime without any eyewitness at that point, and we got conviction. Both persons involved got convicted and sent to court for well over 15 years. The technology will contribute to improved policing, and by this mechanism we can overcome some of the informed for dead culture that has resulted in much of the murder in the country. The Institute of Forensic Science and Legal Medicine is one of the finest in the region, and we should break ground and begin in completing the institute on the autopsy suite on Orange Street very soon. In fact, that contract was out, we have signed off, and we should be starting that very quickly. Mr. Speaker, as we work to improve the physical infrastructure of the police force, provide them with scientific support, I will comment on the MOCA. I just want to say that in the legal side, we need a modern legal framework, and while we build out the security force architecture and we seek to bring on stream new legislation, It's among the reasons why we need to use the state of public emergency to reduce killings and give time for these facilities to take hold. And I'll comment on the statistics on those in a short while. However, I want to conclude that the Commissioner of Police himself had embarked on a very major reorganization of the police force. Yes, indeed, in that area, he has already set about to develop a very strong inspectorate, and professional standards branch, first headed by DCP Hay, one of the most respected and capable professionals. This was the branch of the police that used to be called No Man's Land, and set up down on Duke Street where they set band officers. This is the inspectorate that should be able to set the standards of professional in the force, and is doing extremely good work now, headed by Acting DCP MacArthur Sutherland. In addition to that, we have seen the Mobile Reserve rebranded Special Operations Team and being retrained with new uniforms. In fact, the new uniforms is particularly useful for them. They'll have their flashlights, they'll have their pepper spray, they'll have a new butt type, and they'll have cameras that we acquire and put on them. The cameras is not just track the policeman, but to give them an insight on what is happening in acute incidents so that they can adopt best practices. Right? The police commissioner developed a strong welfare department for police officers, which was never part of the police force before. In addition to that, he has set up a easily monitored promotional system. The fact is that it's of some concern to the men still because it is moving slowly, but in time it will be the basis for a transparent professional development of women. It involves an exam, quality, professional assessment, vetting, and interviews. So, Mr. Speaker, the object is to contour building out a security force that can deal with the challenges today, which is to disrupt the criminal enterprises, the criminal gangs that is the basis from cause of murder across the land. This year we have seen some 83 gangsters charged. We have several in court, and we have been successful in prosecuting a number of them. The increased quality of prosecution because of the increased quality of investigation, and we can expand on this, but the object of this police today is to disrupt the gangs, disrupt their business enterprise. So at this point, Mr. Speaker, I want to indicate that while we have had significant improvement, there is still need for enhanced security measures, which have worked. I know there are disputes on all of this, but if I take the case of the Tri-Parish area, we have seized in the course of this year 110 firearms. We have seized 101 of those firearms in the last year, which is from April 30 until December 30, which is under the state of emergency. In the introduction of the special squads, we in fact reduced homicides significantly. In fact, in November, we had 19 days without any shooting or homicide downtown St. James. And in the last 12 weeks, we have seen a reduction from, prior to SOE, it was above 4 per week. In the SOE, it is dropped to 3.98. It is now 2.5 homicides per week. 2.15. Overall, 2.15. In the Tri-Parish here, total 153 gun seized. What it's indicating is that the seizure of firearms in this particular division, where I'm focusing on it, is that they have had the state of public emergency for the longest period, and they are getting to a point where the public feel confident to speak, and they are getting information to identify and find the firearms and find those who are perpetrators. That is what is happening now in St. James. But we need the continued powers to, in fact, disrupt activity. Indeed, we have had enough intelligence to demonstrate on several occasions where we have stopped, intercepted gang wars early in the stage and prevent killing. It's a fact of this race. So, Mr. Speaker, that is an outline of some of what we have been doing. Well, we will give you much more. what we have seen here. We have spent more money on the security force than any other government over time. It's invested in the kind of equipment, in improving the facility of the police force, improving the efficiency, that we'll have a police that will be efficient and effective as all of this investment come on stream and become part of the normal operational activity of our police force. This will be effective in a very short time, I have no doubt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Jackson. Mr. Speaker, I looked at the minister's statement and I mentioned to him earlier on that what his statement is a restatement of his presentation in the sectoral debate. He has actually retabled. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the men and women of the JCF and the JDF who are actively out there on the streets throughout the country offering their services for the protection of all of us. And they have been doing so under very trying and demanding circumstances. That those challenges have been made worse by their extended engagement in the many states of emergency throughout the country. In fact, just this last weekend, while in St. James, I spoke to a few of the officers who have expressed their distress of the long extended period that they have been deployed. And I particularly want to convey my sympathies to the Constable Hall, who was mowed down recently in that incident you referred to, Minister, regarding the use of the CCTV. And I make mention of that constable, Mr. Speaker, because it happened while he was at work on the front line for all of us. He's recovering well. I've had exchanges with him, and I'm heartened by his spirit in facing the challenges of recuperation. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the minister gave you a representation of his sectoral presentation. And when I read it, it sounded like 4 years ago what they plan to do. One would not believe that this is after 4 years in office. Right? There are a few things which have been done, but Mr. Speaker, all there is to give hope that something will be done. And why do I say that, Mr. Speaker? The fact of the matter is that the present situation now, 4 years after, is that you have more persons being murdered and more persons being shot this year than we were at the end of last year than we had the year before. Minister, for all you have said, the reality is that more Jamaicans are living in fear than ever before. For the past 4 years, Mr. Speaker, 5,640 Jamaicans were murdered. 5,151 persons were shot. Burglaries, over 1,421 robbery, 1,305 break-in. And I mention those figures, Minister, because they represent the reality facing the Jamaican people. When we talk about, in economic terms, we usually talk about the two Jamaica, the haves and the have-nots. When I hear the minister speak about all the glorious things being done and the huge capital expenditure, I see a parallel. The Jamaica that he speaks about and the Jamaica that the average person experiences on a daily basis. Mr. Minister, I don't know how much you interface with the ordinary persons across the country, across socio-economic continuum. Rich people, not so rich, man, woman, they all are in serious fear about their lives and about their daily movement. That is the present situation that we face. You know, Mr. Speaker, every year I have a little pep talk with my previously GSAT students, now PEP students, before they sit the exam. And they have, in fact, some schools asked me to come back sometime because of the encouragement. And that's the reason why the performance in the exams in my constituency continue to increase every year. And the data will support that. But Mr. Speaker, one of the things that distress me when I sit with my PEP, previously GSAT students, and we have a little one-on-one talk, and when those youngsters ask me, why is it that their lives are threatened? They are taking exams to go to new schools and they are fearful of leaving from their communities and to go to their new schools. That is among our young children. I take no pleasure in that, but that's the reality. Mr. Speaker, we have a crisis of fear that is gripping the country from the failure of the state to provide a reasonable level of security, notwithstanding the expenditure that the minister speaks of. At the end of the day, it is not what we do, it is the results that we achieve. And I submit to you, Minister, we are wanting as a country. You know, the Prime Minister, I remember, he doesn't like to hear this repeated. In 2015, when he promised how many persons will be able to sleep with their windows and their doors open. I ask the question now, how much more Jamaicans are more fearful now after 4 years in office? That is the measure, Prime Minister, as to all that you have offered to do. As all that the minister referred to here, as the performance of the government to deal with what you described at the time. Is it made better or is it worse? It's not my opinion anymore, Prime Minister. The data substantiate it. The police data, they don't come from 89 Old Hope Road, they come from the JCF. That all that you have done, Prime Minister, have failed miserably because more and more Jamaicans are more fearful than they were before. The young, the old, the rich, the poor. More Jamaicans are being killed as a result of the failure. And therefore, it cannot be the case that we keep on doing the same things that is not giving you any improved result. We humbly submit that. Yes, because nothing has changed. And I have to keep on saying it over and over again. Now, Minister, you have listed a number of things that have been done over the past recent times. And some of them we support. We support for example, the CCTV project. I went to the launch over 2 years ago by your predecessor at the National Arena, the member from Western St. Mary. Yeah, man. And at the launch, the minister said, we are going to bring the police presence in these many communities. I am disappointed, Minister, that after 2 years of a launch of a program like this, we have not invested sufficiently to make it meaningful in as many. Yes, how many communities? Take, for example, St. James, that we have state of emergency for over 2 years. I said it before and I'm saying it again. If we had invested in a technology that is available, has been available from them, the communities of St. James, the public spaces in St. James would be far more secure than they are now. It's a lost opportunity over the last 4 years. We're not asking you to reinvent the wheel or to develop new technology. There's technology available and it has not been utilized. You speak about the large capital investment, Minister. Most of that has been spent on the aeroplane and the boat. The bulk of that huge capital expenditure. And you spend it in an area because we have not been able to maintain the kind of international cooperation that we had before that could provide those support. And so you have to provide it yourself. No. And in areas like, for example, Minister, take, for example, simple basic things like transportation. We are 1,000 units behind. No. At the PAAC meeting recently, ACP Warren Clarke told us that they need 3,000. They have under 2,000. 25% of that is non-functional. Basic expenditure, like for motor vehicle, that you don't have to make any significant technological development to create. We have failed to provide those things that can make the police more mobile, give more presence of the police throughout the country, and to provide a sense of security for the ordinary people. Those are basic things. Those are basic things, Minister. And all we have been saying for some time now, spend the money where it can make a difference in the everyday life of the people. So, Minister, what you have given us today is a regurgitation of what you have indicated at the beginning of the year. In terms of the police station repairs, to fix up some windows and some plumbing failures don't make for transforming police station. But those things are welcome and they are needed to make a difference. But we need a far more expansive activity in these communities. Minister, you referred to the fleet management system that you are going to put in place. I'm responding to his statement. Minister, the fleet management system to tell you which motor vehicle need repair is one thing. Repairing it is another thing. There are many vehicles there that you know they need repair, and it is not being done. The other item you raised about, and we welcome the handheld devices to prepare to generate the tickets. But Minister, you are aware that we are generating thousands of tickets already for which no action is taken. So you are going to have the capability to generate more tickets, and you have not been able to fix the problem of apprehending those who are in breach. Therefore, you are not solving the problem that you have at hand. So we welcome. No, man, I read it. I don't only listen. I read it. Right? So, Minister, I am making an appeal that what we need to do is to focus on some of those basic things that can make a difference. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask of the Minister, the DNA lab, you mentioned about the Institute of Forensic Science and its state of being. Could you tell us what is the situation with the DNA lab and it's fully functional now? Right. The other item I want to raise, Minister of Concern, is the whole reform of the JCF. In your statement, you said a lot about the need for the reform. After 4 years, what is the level of reform that has been achieved to date? Where are we on that continuum? Mr. Minister, to talk about the problem and to highlight the problem is the easy part. The more difficult part is to make a difference. The JCF is in dire need of reform. We have spoken about it at many of the discussions we have had, but we have not moved beyond the talk. And not until we can transform the JCF as the policing entity in the country, we are not going to be able to deal with the problem of crime on a sustainable basis. Mr. Speaker, one of the other concerns I have, there has been tremendous expenditure in the expansion of the JDF, and we are not seeing that corresponding increase in the JCF. And it's for that reason that many persons are very concerned about the sustainability of crime reduction without an effective policing organization in the communities. Minister, in St. James, for example, where you have the reduction in murders, when you talk to the commanding officer there, it's not the state of emergency that has contributed to the reduction, It is the intense presence of the security personnel on the ground in those communities. That is what has made the difference. That is how the information that has been flowing, right? That is what has made the difference. In the Mountain View area in southeast St. Andrew, where you had curfew. We have the evidence is there, where you have intense police military presence. It has made a difference in bringing quiet and comfort to those communities. Right? So, Minister, as another concern I have in terms of the direction we are going. And lastly, I want to ask of you something that really not clear in my mind. In St. Catherine, where you have a SOE, in Big Lane, there's a curfew that had to be declared. Why is it that you needed a less authoritative instrument in a community where you have the SOE that give you full range of power of detention? And what it is saying, Minister, is that the SOE in its application in many of these areas have been extensively overused. And what you do is end up frustrating the members of the JCF and compromise their own effectiveness. So, Minister, we look forward to what will happen in the next financial year. Not only what is proposed, but what will be done, because not much of what you spoke about have been done. Thank you.
Mr. Chang. Dr. Chang. First of all, let me correct some of what the members asked. We start with the idea that we're giving the police officer the capacity to write tickets and nothing is happening tickets. First of all, the purpose of giving them electronic ticketing capacity is to interconnect the entire system, including the court management system. So the courts will know when tickets are written. If they are not paid, the warrants issued and the courts try to deal with it. The entire the ticket management system is being revamped, and part of it is to equip the court with appropriate equipment as well. And in fact, the Ministry of National Security has procured computers for them. To ensure it works effectively, we are making the fiber connect between the main courthouses. There is a small hitch in the court. We have in fact cleared up the 360,000 backlog of tickets that were clogging the system. We have a number of courthouses that do not have the capacity to enter when fines are paid at the court. It's a small number. We'll clear up those in a short while. And I said they will begin to do so. I've had discussion with the Chief Justice, part of the equipment. I've already handed, remember, we have already handed them the equipment and they're providing the staffing, and this particular Chief Justice is very keen on efficiency and introduction of technology. We expect it to begin within the next 3 months. We'll have that in 7 courts operating, for which we have provided the equipment. And the entire system interconnected. If you pay a fine, your name goes. If you don't pay a fine, it goes to the court. When you pay the fine, the court comes off again. Within the 3 months, you'll have that in place. You can go. The equipment have been procured, all the required, the expenditure you're talking, all of the equipment have been procured, so the money has been spent on the required software and hardware in place. I just want to give you, you'll all have different impression who you talk to. But there's a particular gentleman I'd refer to in Nordica, you should know him. He's a supervisor for another organization, was my good friend. And his expression to me was very simple. Dr. Chang, for many years I could not sleep before 1 o'clock in the morning because I have to wait until my daughter leave the free zone, get home, and call me so I know she's home safely. Since the institution of the state of public emergency in St. James, I go to bed at my regular time, sleep well, and wake up my daughter here. And I will get his name if you have forgotten it, but I don't remember his name fully. No, my friend. He lives in Section H of Norwood, near Nesbury Tree. So I'm sure you should know him, right? And I will go back and ask to speak with you next you come. That's a fact of life. I want to indicate the motor vehicles. Well, first of all, again, the standards are set by the police officers. I don't interfere with the operation of police. Never do. I'm not a police officer. I ask questions, and I ask intelligent questions. I know the streets. I understand the people dealing with. I am told they require 1,600 vehicles operational. There are maybe more than that now, but they are not all operational. We have so far gone 400, and we'll keep adding to the fleet and replacing. We have a service contract with those who we are buying from for the first time. That was what was one of the critical elements in choosing in the particular people winning the tender. That they had to provide a service contract for a certain period of time. And then during that time, train our own mechanics to be able to deal with the vehicles. And we'll have a fleet of less than 16 miles. It'll be easier to manage. And the fleet management system has worked, will work in the Jamaica Consolidated Force. We have acquired that, and that's part of the expenditure to put in place that kind of operation. We're not just talking, Mr. Speaker. We're doing what we have to do. We're spending and putting our money where our mouth is so that the police force will have the required facilities to work efficiently and well. In the final I comment on is the case of our commanding officer in St. James. And I'm sure he's listening. So he'll verify. I'm not sure what element of the discussion you spoke to. Only less than 6 weeks ago, the state of emergency prevented a bloodbath in a particular community. Because the intelligence of the forces there, they know when there's conflict. The conflict starts with one gang member shooting another gang member. And the only way you can stop the bloodbath is to detain elements of the gang. Literally in a cooling off operation. It has happened in St. James and it happened in other parishes. So I'm fully aware of that the police operate in that nature and have prevented further killing. The fact is that murders were increasing at an exponential rate. I agree, you had a few more this last year than the year before, but it is at a stable and it's going to start going down. We're not going up in that route. We have used a state of emergency to hold it together, and we're investing in the kind of police force that will be able to take it down and keep it down. And I think the country can rest assured of that. The failure to provide the police with the required equipment was a failure of governments to in fact deal with it. You cannot deal with murder and gangs unless the police is properly equipped and properly trained and properly resourced with the required modern technology in life. Exactly. And they were not giving it. We are giving it to them. This government is buying it. Say if there is a tourism member, you should have done so. You have not done so. As I referred to the policeman who was equipped him going in a traditional uniform, which he has had since 1838 or 19 whatever it was, with a 9mm which moved from a 38 long, it was 38, and a baton. That's all the police is equipped in Jamaica. You're right. The policeman, a crime may come that Phil's Hardware in Constant Spring Road. Could not talk to a policeman down at Marketplace, less than 100 yards away. That's the kind of inefficiency that was intrinsic to the operation in the corporate area. Besides the social problems that we know generate issues, we had a police force that ill-equipped and had, by virtue of what we provide them with, and could not function at the level they could. We have highly capable, they are Jamaicans like every one of us. They have concern about crime like every one of us in this house. They are young, bright, capable professionals who have given the tools, will get on top of this problem, and I'm confident of that. And this government is prepared to give them the tools. I have no interest in interfering in their operations. We've provided legislation, the equipment, and the environment in which policemen can function effectively. Thank you.
Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following. Emergency Powers Act. Sorry. Ooh. My papers are. Something hit on my paper. Emergency Powers 2019 Continuance Resolution 2020. Emergency Powers number 2 2019 Continuance Resolution 2020. Emergency Powers number 3 2019 Continuance Resolution 2020 under the Emergency Powers Act. Jamaica Gazette Supplement, Proclamations, Rules and Regulations dated Sunday, January 26, 2020, containing the Emergency Powers Act. Report of the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the motion for exemption brought on behalf of the Member of Parliament for St. James West Central. Annual report and audited financial statements of the Professional Engineers Board for the 2017-2018 financial year. Minister paper number 9 of 20, entitled Tourism Networks Policy and Strategy.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, reports from committees.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the member from Southeast St. Elizabeth, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the motion for exemption brought on behalf of the Member of Parliament for St. James West Central.
Note.
Also laid on the table of the House today are the Jamaica Gazette Supplement Proclamations, Rules and Regulations dated Sunday, January 26, 2020, containing the Constitution of Jamaica. Proclamation number 3 of 2020.
Notice of motions given orally. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motions. The Emergency Powers number 2, Continuance Resolution 2020, Emergency Powers 2019 Continuance Resolution 2020, and Emergency Powers number 3, 2019, Continuance Resolution 2020. Mr. Speaker, let me start with the Emergency Powers 2019 Continuance Resolution 2020. Whereas by virtue of Section 21 and 2B of the Constitution of Jamaica, the Governor General may make a proclamation declaring that a state of public emergency exists if satisfied that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body or persons of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to likely to endanger the public safety. And whereas the Governor General was satisfied that a state of public emergency existed as a result of the aforementioned circumstances, and whereas on the 30th day of April 2019, the Governor General by proclamation declared that a state of public emergency exists in the entire area comprising the parishes of St. James, Hanover, and Westmoreland, and further declared that said proclamation shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or such longer period not exceeding 3 months, as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all members of each House. And whereas it is provided by Section 23 of the Constitution of Jamaica that a proclamation made by the Governor General for purposes and in accordance with that section shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer period not exceeding 3 months, as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all members of each House. And whereas under the provisions of Section 3(1) of the Emergency Powers Act, it is lawful for the Governor General during a state of public emergency by order to make regulations for securing the essentials of life to the community. And whereas the Governor General, in exercise of the powers conferred upon him by Section 3(1) of the Emergency Powers Act, made the Emergency Powers Regulation 2019 for securing the essentials of life to the entire area comprising the parishes of St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland, and during the state of public emergency. And whereas Section 3(4) of the Emergency Powers Act provides that any regulation so made shall be laid before the Senate and the House of Representatives as soon as may be after they are made, and shall not continue in force after the expiration of 7 days from the time they are so laid before the Senate and the House of Representatives, whichever shall be the later, unless a resolution is passed by the Senate and House of Representatives providing for the continuance thereof. And whereas the Emergency Powers Regulation 2019 were laid in the Senate on the 3rd day of May 2019 and in the House of Representatives on the 7th day of May 2019. And whereas it was resolved by both Houses of Parliament that the state of public emergency as aforementioned remain and continue in force until the 27th day of February 2020. And whereas it is desirable that a state of public emergency declared as aforementioned remain and continue in force for a further period of 57 days until the 25th day of April 2020. And B, the Emergency Powers Regulations 2019 continue in force until the expiration of the state of public emergency. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Emergency Powers 2019 Continuance 2020. And 2. The state of public emergency declared by the Governor-General by proclamation on the 30th day of April 2019 remain in force for a further period of 57 days until the 25th day of April 2020. And 3, the Emergency Powers Regulations 2019 are hereby continued in force until the 25th day of April 2020. The Emergency Powers Continuance number 2 Resolution 2020. Whereas by virtue of Section 21 and 2B of the Constitution of Jamaica, the Governor-General may make a proclamation declaring that a state of public emergency exists if satisfied that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body of persons of such a nature and so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety. And whereas the Governor-General was satisfied that a state of public emergency existed as a result of the aforementioned circumstances, and whereas on the 7th day of July 2019, the Governor-General by proclamation declared that a state of public emergency exists within parts of the parish of St. Andrew as specified in the schedule to the proclamation and hereinafter referred to as a specified community, and further declared that the said proclamation shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or such longer period not exceeding 3 months as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all members of the House. And whereas it is provided by Section 23 of the Constitution of Jamaica that a proclamation made by the Governor-General for the purpose and in accordance with that section shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such long a period not exceeding 3 months as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all members of each Houses. And whereas under the provisions of Section 3(1) of the Emergency Powers Act, it is lawful for the Governor-General during a state of public emergency by order to make regulations for securing the essentials of life to the community. And whereas the Governor-General, in exercise of the powers conferred on him by Section 3(1) of the Emergency Powers Act, made the Emergency Powers number 2 Regulations 2019 for securing the essentials of life to the specified community during the state of public emergency. And whereas Section 3(4) of the Emergency Powers Act provides that any regulation so made shall be laid before the Senate and Houses of Parliament as soon as may be after they are made, and shall not continue in force after the expiration of 7 days from the time they are so laid before the Senate and the House of Representatives, whichever shall be later, unless a resolution is passed by the Senate and House of Representatives providing for the continuance thereof. And whereas the Emergency Powers number 2 Regulations 2019 were laid in the Senate on the 12th day of July 2019 and in the House of Representatives on the 16th day of July 2019. And whereas it was resolved by both Houses of Parliament that the state of public emergency as aforementioned remain and continue in force until the 4th day of February 2020. And whereas it is desirable that A, the state of public emergency declared as aforementioned remain and continue in force for a period of 80 days until the 25th day of April 2020. And B, the Emergency Powers number 2 Regulations 2019 continue in force until the expiration of the state of public emergency. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Emergency Power number 2, 2019 Continuance Resolution 2020. 2. the state of public emergency declared by the Governor General by proclamation on the 7th day of July 2019 shall remain in force for a further period of 80 days until the 25th day of April 2020. And 3, the emergency powers number 2 regulations 2019 are hereby continued in force until the 25th day of April 2020. The emergency powers number 3 continuance resolution 2020. Whereas by virtue of section 21 and 2B of the Constitution of Jamaica, the Governor General may make a proclamation declaring a state of public emergency exists if satisfied that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body of persons of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety. And whereas the Governor General was satisfied that a state of public emergency existed as a result of the aforementioned circumstances, and whereas on the 5th day of September 2019, the Governor General by proclamation declared that a state of public emergency exists in the entire area comprising the parishes of Clarendon and St. Catherine, and further declared that the said proclamation shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer period, not exceeding 3 months, as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all members of each House. And whereas it is provided by Section 23 of the Constitution of Jamaica that a proclamation made by the Governor General for the purposes and in accordance with that section shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer period not exceeding 3 months, as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all members of each House. And whereas under the previous section, and whereas under the provisions of Section 3(1) of the Emergency Powers Act, it is lawful for the Governor General during a state of public emergency by order to make regulations for securing the essentials of life to the community. And whereas the Governor General, in exercise of the powers conferred on him by Section 3(1) of the Emergency Powers Act, made by the Emergency Powers number 3 Regulations 2019 for securing the essentials of life to the entire area comprising the parishes of Clarendon and St. Catherine during the state of public emergency. And whereas Section 3(4) of the Emergency Powers Act provides that any regulation so made shall be laid before the Senate and House of Representatives as soon as may be after they are made, and shall not continue in force after the expiration of 7 days from the time they are so laid before the Senate and the House of Representatives, whichever shall be the later, unless a resolution is passed by the Senate and House of Representatives providing for the continuance thereof. And whereas the Emergency Powers number 3 Regulation 2019 were laid in the House of Representatives on the 10th day of September 2019 and in the Senate on the 13th day of September 2019. And whereas it was resolved by both Houses of Parliament that the state of public emergency as aforementioned remain and continue in force until the 18th day of February 2020. And whereas it is desirable that A, the state of public emergency declared as aforementioned remain and continue in force for a period of 66 days until the 25th day of April 2020. And B, the Emergency Powers number 3 Regulations 2019 continue in force until the expiration of the state of public emergency. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Emergency Powers number 3 2019 Continuance Resolution 2020. 2. The state of public emergency declared by the Governor General by proclamation on the 5th day of September 2019 shall remain in force for a further period of 66 days until the 25th day of February 2020. And 3. The Emergency Powers number 3 Regulation 2019 are hereby continued in force until the 25th day of April 2020. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give further notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take these 3 motions.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the member from Southeast St. Elizabeth, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the report of the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the motion for exemption brought on behalf of the Member of Parliament for St. James, West Central, which was laid on the table of the House on the 28th day of January 2020, be approved.
Questions and answer to questions. Motions for leave.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the expiration of 21 days, I intend to ask the Minister of Science, Energy and Technology the following questions which have been tabled.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the end of 21 days, I intend...
Mr. Speaker, the time being past 7:15, I ask that this Honourable House be permitted to take questions and answers.
Those in favour? Those against? Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the expiration of 21 days, I intend to ask the Minister of Science, Energy and Technology the questions which have been tabled in my name.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the expiry of 21 days, I intend to ask the Minister of Education, Youth and Information the following questions on behalf of the member from Manchester Central.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that bills brought before the Senate be recommitted.
Those in favour? Those against? Ayes have it. Bills brought from the Senate.
The following is a message from the President of the Senate to the Honourable House of Representatives. I have the honour to advise the Honourable House of Representatives that on the 23rd day of January 2020, a bill entitled An Act to Repeal the Patents Act and the Designs Act and to make new provisions relating to patents and designs and for the related matters was passed in the Senate without amendment. I also have the honour to advise the House that on the 24th day of January 2020, a bill entitled An Act to Amend the General Consumption Tax Act and for connected matters was passed in the Senate without amendment. Signed, Thomas Tavares Vincent, QC, CDJP, President of the Senate.
Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House. First obtained, public business. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of... Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Dr. Phillips.
It is perhaps fortuitous that you are in the chair, but I know that there is a motion involving the Speaker substantively. I understand the hour and that this needs to be done, but quite frankly, we need an assurance that that motion will be taken. We believe, unless we can see advice otherwise, that that motion involving the Speaker should have priority. But I will forego, we will, and the mover of the motion will forego the right to have it debated now in the interest of urgent public business on the basis of an assurance from the House Leader that it will be given that priority at the next sitting.
House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is our intention to honour that, the spirit in which that offer is made, and we can understand the situation, Mr. Speaker. But I would urge that the mover of the motion review the construct of the motion, so that next week when we come, it is in a state that is commensurate with the regulations that exist with respect to exemptions. Well, it's not in the form of an exemption. It's in the form of a sanction. It's not in the form of an exemption. You have to put it in the form of an exemption because we have to honor the rules by which the Parliament is governed. So we ask that you look at that, review it, and we will certainly honor that request.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motions, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favour? Those against? As have it.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not proposing to give a presentation or even to in any way stimulate a debate on the matter. I believe we have had an extensive presentation from the Minister of National Security and a response from the opposition spokesman on security. I believe that would satisfy any debate. So with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I would ask you to then move for a vote.
Oh no, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr.
Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the fact mentioned by the Prime Minister of the statements made before, as the member representing the good people of Southwest St. Andrew, I have a few comments that I would like to make on the motions. And therefore, I seek your permission to do that.
Members may continue. PM close the debate.
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, the first thing I wanted to say is that I am buoyed by some of the things that have been said, but the welfare of the police officers who are working in the state of emergency is something that really concerns me. And I would wish that we would hear a little bit more about those individuals who are actually placed in the state of emergency and what is happening to them in terms of the hours that they're working and the other welfare issues. I raise that, Mr. Speaker, because it wasn't so long ago that we had on Boynes Road in Southwest St. Andrew a drive-by where these individuals would have driven by a police post, and just a stone's throw from there, they went and killed a young lady and shot several other persons. Many also would remember in 24 hours, 5 individuals being killed, one on Chesterfield Avenue, one on Chesterfield, between Chesterfield, Majestic Gardens, and White Wing. Now, these are just 2 examples of some of the vicious acts that take place within the confines of the state of emergency, and often within a stone's throw from a fixed post. I'm not sure if we recognize the damage that that does to the perception of effectiveness of the state of emergency. My position is well known that I do not believe that this is the most effective tool that we could have, but it is what the government has placed on the table, and therefore it is, as I will do today, a measure that I will support for that reason. When individuals in the community who have been lulled into a sense of security because of the very presence of the security forces find that they really are not safe because we have individuals, criminals who are brazen enough in the face of the security forces to perpetrate these kinds of criminal activities, I think we have to understand what that does. And in fact, Mr. Prime Minister, if we are not careful over time, just those very acts will erode any confidence that the people have that they are safe. I want them to be safe, and I also want to make sure that at the very least, that perception that existed, that is not damaged. And I therefore believe that a strategy has to be crafted to prevent these things from happening. For example, even in the one in Boynes Road, for example, it was 2 days before that there was a drive-by shooting on Harvey Road. Everybody who live in these communities know if you have a drive-by right here and they are feuding with another area, that the next day there is going to be some kind of retaliation. And therefore it doesn't take rocket science to be able to craft a strategy that would deal with that. The people, my constituents have asked me to make 2 pleas on their behalf. One has to do, and I mean, we all agree that we want the full force of the law to come down on individuals who are criminals and are engaged in criminal activities. But there is no doubt that often innocent people are also held. And they are held for considerable periods of time. When individuals have come to me and they have said to me, MP, my uncle, my father, my brother, my son has been locked up. I know that he's not involved in these things. And I say to them, how you do it since they have been locked up for this long is go to a lawyer and get a lawyer to deal with the case. They tell me, Mr. Speaker, that that is not an acceptable risk for them to take. What is the risk of which I speak? That if you as an innocent, law-abiding Jamaican dares to bring the legal system into it as is provided for, that the very officers who have the authority will probably, and they'll tell them that if you bring the police, here's what I am going to do. I am going to go to the tribunal and I'm going to say A, B, C, and D. What that means is that individuals, against their better judgment, but in the hope that they will be granted some amount of leniency, do not engage the rights that they have. I find that to be unacceptable, and I believe that every law-abiding Jamaican also needs to defend the right of those persons. So I'm asking that the minister with responsibility or the Prime Minister make certain that these are issues that are dealt with and are discussed. And I'm very clear in my head that you should not be interfering in how in the operations. However, when these issues come up, I believe that they need to be brought to the attention of those who are responsible for the operations. The other thing that is really inhumane and unfair to individuals in communities like Southwest St. Andrew. Individuals are already having it difficult. When you take your time, when you take your money, you buy food and you take it to visit your loved one who is locked up, and there is no warning, there is nothing. You end up there and you are told, come back 2 days' time. The food you prepare to take is not food that can be used. So you take that back home, and you then, when you come again, have to prepare food anew, have to find money anew. I believe that it cannot be. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, it cannot be that willy-nilly, on a whim, you get there and you find that visitors are not being accommodated, or that food is not being allowed. It just cannot, it is unfair to individuals to do that. It is undue punishment for the families, because remember, we know, and the police will tell you, that some of those that you have locked up are individuals who are innocent and law-abiding citizens. But the last point I want to make I've always made a plea for the ZOZO to accommodate the social intervention. Individuals keep asking me, why do I make the call? And so I want today to just mention one reason. At the very least, ZOZO provides a framework for a needs analysis to be done and for individuals to place on the table the kinds of social interventions that are required. The fact that that does not exist under the state of emergency means that whatever the needs are, there is no established mechanism and platform for that to be brought forward. And I believe that that again is unnecessary. I believe that when we look, because we all admit that social intervention is needed in these areas that we have, where we have declared state of emergency. In fact, there was a point at which, based on the statement from the minister, one would have expected it. I renew the call for ZOZO or a platform, a mechanism through which social intervention as required in these communities can be brought to the fore and can be acted on. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, let me state at the outset that I am supporting the extension of the SOEs, but I'd like to share an experience in the Mountain View Belt over the last 3 weeks, which indicate that there are other measures which can be employed to curtail crime. After about 3 months of conflict between communities in Mountain View, the last killing that took place was on January 4th, a Saturday morning, where a gas station attendant was killed on his way to work. Immediately after that, measures were put in place by the security forces, which included curfews, cordons, increased saturation and presence in the Mountain View area. For the 3-week period after January 4th, up to the announcement of the state of emergency, there were no incidents of violence in Mountain View as a result of those measures. Now, I raise that to indicate that, in a sense, we have been fed a narrative that we only can implement a state of emergency to bring crime under control. And I am just indicating the evidence shows that other measures can do it. Now, what is needed after bringing stability? Because there's no doubt that the guns are still out there and the violence producers are still out there. But having brought 3 weeks of stability with no shootings, there then has to be another approach to specifically target the violence producers and the guns themselves. And then another approach to ensure, as my colleague said from Southwest St. Andrew, that there is social intervention to deal with the issues which give rise to the violence. So, Mr. Speaker, I am supporting the extension. Let me make it clear. But I believe we must look at, in this particular case, what we did to bring stability to an area and what are the other measures that can be done outside of an SOE, which the evidence suggests can bring our crime rate under control.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Southwest St. Andrew has always been a champion and advocate for the people of our constituency and generally a voice for the poor people of this country who could be at the mercy of law enforcement and the justice system. I too join with her in ensuring that that voice is heard. Of course, I am a voice myself, a very loud one, but I do have the responsibility to hear the voices and to make sure that action is taken. I'm particularly concerned about what you have raised about families not being able to see their loved ones who have been detained or arrested. And that is something that I will raise with the Commissioner, as I've always raised the issues that you have raised here with the Commissioner. And I'm almost positive, almost sure, that when I raise it with the Commissioner or with the Chief of Defence Staff, that they take very positive and effective action. As it relates to the welfare and well-being of the police officers and the soldiers, I can say without question that the Commissioner of Police and the Chief of Defence Staff are themselves very strong advocates to ensure the welfare of the men and women who serve to protect us. There is no argument with the member from South East St. Andrew about there being other methods. And these other methods have been tried, we continue to try them, but I would want the Parliament to appreciate that we use all the tools together to come to a solution. We have had conversations about certain kinds of interventions that could work. I gather that those have been attempted as well, but we are using all measures that are legal, that are appropriate, that are within the perspective of good policing and good security strategy to ensure that we reduce the level of crime and violence in our society. With those comments, I encourage you, Mr. Speaker, to put this to the vote very quickly.
Mr. R. Scott, Mr. R. Scott, Mr. Azan, Mr. Bartlett. Oh. Mr. Brown, Mrs. Brownberg, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Buchanan. Buchanan isn't here. Mr. Bunting, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Leslie Campbell, Dr. Chang, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Heroy Clarke, Dr. Nigel Clarke, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Ms. Daly, Mr. Daly, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, Dr. Dunn, Mr. Fagan, Dr. Ferguson, Mr. Golding, Ms. Grange, Mr. Green, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Hales, Mr. Henry, Mr. Henry, Mr. Holness, Mrs. Holness, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Kellier, Mrs. Malahoo Ford, Mr. Main, Mr. Mackenzie, Dr. McNeil, Dr. McNeil, Mr. Montague, Ms. Nita, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Michael Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Pickersgill, Mr. Redmond, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mrs. Robinson, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Spencer, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Spencer, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Terrelong, Reverend Thwaites, Reverend Thwaites, absent. Dr. Tufton. No, sir. If you know what I'm saying, if he leaves, he can't vote. He can't vote to it. Yes, I call his name and he answered. No, yes, but if you leave, it's going to be crossed and you'll be absent. Yes, yeah. Reverend Thwaites, Dr. Tufton, Mrs. Vaz, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Daryl Vaz, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Witter, Mr. Wright, Mr. Speaker, these two on the Yes, got it. All right. So that's 44 and 90. Yes, sir.
Members, members, the motion is approved. 44 members affirm. Members, the agreement was that we vote on all three motions one time. So I have to quote it. The result is approve 44 in favor for all three motions. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, it's not intended to do any further business today, so I ask you to adjourn this Honourable House until next Tuesday, the 4th of February.
Members, the motion is that the House be now adjourned until the 4th of February. Those in favour? Those against? Yes, have it. This Honourable House now stands adjourned until the 4th of February. Members, please stand.